Okay, so now we're all back here. Who's ready for some pitches? Come on, let's give it up. Let's make this as dynamic and exciting as possible. Who's ever watched Shark Tank? Raise your hand. Wow, okay, so you all trying to get money. Well, this is a different kind of pitching competition, but equally as exciting. So as you all know, the topic for this year's summit was unlocking the power of inclusion for equitable growth. And as I mentioned in my opening, every theme, rather the theme of the summit revolved around economic, social, and environmental inclusion. And that, of course, can be interpreted in many, many ways. So this is the question that we pose to people all over the world. What does inclusion mean to you in terms of economic, environmental, and the social sector? And so we told them, okay, so now that you know what you have in mind, we want to hear your solutions. And we received an overwhelming number of applications. We received over 1,000 applications from all over the world, 107 countries, and they were ranging, from harmful solutions to address harmful environmental waste, to digital technology, to foster greater education and health access. And it wasn't just, submitting, and that's we actually went through a really thorough process until the finalists are finally here. It was a 4-round review process, and it consisted of technical reviews by World Bank Group staff and a final interview stage to get us to the final 6 teams. So it's clearly been a long journey for our finalists, so let's please give them a big round of applause. It's no easy feat to come from 1,000 applications down to 6. So that is incredibly exciting, and congratulations to all of you for making it this far. So basically, people are going to be, there's going to be a panel of judges that are here. Some are in person, some are virtual, joining us virtually. There's 6 of them, and before we begin, I would like to introduce our esteemed panel. So first of all, joining us virtually, we have Hillary Barkry. Ms. Barkry is the Associate Program Officer on Youth, Innovation, and Technology at the United Nations Secretariat. She currently leads the Youth and Technology portfolio that intersects with various sustainable development efforts, such as climate action and gender equality. Let's give it up for Hillary. Next up, I would like to introduce Xiaomin Mu, who is also joining virtually. Ms. Mu is an experienced investment professional with 15 years of relevant experience and track record in venture capital and fund investments, focusing on disruptive technologies that reshape emerging economies and deliver outsized impact. She's also currently the global lead of venture capital funds at the International Finance Corporation, just down the street. So now for our jury member in person, one of them, we welcome Florence Navarro. Since 2007, Ms. Navarro has supported entrepreneurs around the world to launch and grow their companies, from biodiversity-based to sanitation or education tech businesses. Currently, Ms. Navarro serves as a coach for Innovators Box, where she brings her genuine curiosity and her ability to facilitate multicultural, courageous conversations. Welcome. Next up, we have Jim Chung in person as well. There you go. Who serves as the Associate Vice President for Research, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship at George Washington University, which is right down the road. So if you want to pay a visit, it's a 10-minute walk or so. He was previously the director of the MTech Venture Accelerator and the founder and director of the Chesapeake Bay Seed Capital Fund at the University of Maryland. He clearly likes to be in academic environments, which is great. Let's give it up. Woo! The next jury member is Ms. Atia Bilkataria, who is joining us virtually and currently serves as the head of gender at the Multicultural Investment Guarantee Agency, MIGA, which is part of the World Bank Group. In this capacity, she leads the implementation of the gender strategy at MIGA and works to integrate gender across the agency's portfolio at the corporate and operations level, as well as establishing strategic partnerships to further MIGA's gender work. Welcome. And last but not least, we have Che Lee joining us in person. Che is a strategy and business development expert with experience leading early-stage startups to Fortune 100 companies across various industry verticals. He currently works at Deloitte as a client, executive, and senior manager. I mean, come on. This is an amazing panel. I think you're all better than the people at Shark Tank, for sure. Yeah. I just hope you're not as tough as Mr. Incredible or the other tough sharks. But yes, thank you so much for joining us today and for taking the time to be part of this incredibly exciting component of the Youth Summit. So before we jump in, I want to go over the flow of the competition today. So the teams are going to be invited one by one. They're going to be asked to introduce themselves, and after that, they will proceed with their pitch. After the pitch, there's going to be a poll that's going to open up for everyone watching online and for you here as well. It's going to be the Cvent web browser, so if you want to make sure that it's working so that you can vote, you're going to be asked to vote for the quality of the presentation, and if you thought it was good, they've all worked really, really hard, so expect really high quality presentations. And after the polling exercise, the jury committee is going to have a 5-minute Q&A session where they will be asking the people pitching to give us a little more information about their project. Teams will be judged on the clarity, scope, and relevance of the proposed solution to the problem defined, innovation and originality of their project, feasibility of implementation, and potential for impact. Once all 6 teams are done presenting, judges will have until 3:45 to deliberate on their scores before they submit them to the competition organizers, and we will be announcing the winners at the award ceremony at 4 p.m. And just to remind the judges that if you do not get all your questions before the 5-minute time, there's also your dedicated group where you can exchange information there. I'm excited to share that while we have the first place winner, who will be decided by the jury members, we will also have the honorable mention that is going to be decided by you all when you vote online. So again, just make sure that that web browser is working well. And yeah, so we really hope that you take advantage of this exciting opportunity and that you vote on your favorite pitches throughout the competition. And yeah, I just ask that you bring a lot of excitement. The teams have been working really hard on this for months and months. And let's make sure that they get our energy. So come on. Woo! Let's go. So now that I've gone through all the requirements and the process that everyone had to go through, it is my pleasure to introduce our first pitch finalist, all the way from Cameroon, presenting virtually. We have Ariel from Tech Women Factory, and she's going to tell us about her enterprise. So Ariel, you have 9 minutes for your pitch, and then followed by the 5-minute Q&A from the judges. So please take it away.
Hello, hello, hello. I will share my screen. I'm very excited to be here. I will just share my screen to make sure that I'm going to be having everything on time. Hello, everyone. My name is Aria Kitio. I am the founder of KaiST. I am excited to present Tech Human Factory, an initiative that aims at facilitating equitable access to competency, to decent job, and to funds for women in IT. As we are talking about unlocking the power of inclusion, I'll be flushing from English to French. The story of these 5 women, highly educated and not able to find a job, is a story of women in IT. Women in IT suffer from a double discrimination. The first one is when they want to have access to competency. Many are discouraged to enter this academic path as it is still considered a male vocational sector. The second discrimination is during their transition to the work market. They face resistance to find a job, and this becomes worse when they are competing for senior positions. Therefore, they are either underemployed or underpaid. After India and Maghreb, Sub-Saharan Africa has become popular for big corporations wishing to outsource their IT project. According to Skills Report 2021, as a bilingual country, Cameroon is among the top 3 African countries well placed for the outsourcing contract. Despite the tremendous opportunities offered by the IT outsourcing global trend, and even if they represent more than half of the population, Cameroonian women are not equipped to seize these opportunities. Here are some key numbers in Cameroon. Women with IT skills represent only 18% of the IT professionals. 74% of them are underemployed, 60% of them are lower paid than men with equal skills, and we count only 3% of women at C-level position in IT or even in the startup ecosystem. Good news, Tech Women Factory addresses this double discrimination. Tech Women Factory empowers women with IT skills and facilitates their transition to the job market for a sustained economic growth. How do we do that? Tech Women Factory is built across 3 interconnected components, which with the global goal of creating a local industry that trains, empowers, and employs young women. The first component is the Coding Academy. This is the heart of the project. Here we create a task force of women in IT. During 9-month training program, women acquire advanced technical skills in the track of their choice, and these technical skills are reinforced by financial education, entrepreneurial, and work and soft skills. The second component is the cooperative, where the women are integrated at the end of their training. The role of the cooperative is to employ and to place women as employees via the partner placement agency or through incubators. The cooperative will market digital creativity services of its task force and respond to IT outsourced projects. The cooperative is also the component in charge of raising seed funds for women-owned businesses. The third component is a digital annuary, the first online sales and networking hub exclusively for Cameroonian women entrepreneurs. This annuary will showcase women-owned businesses, collect, analyze, and provide useful data for decision makers to boost and empower women entrepreneurship. This is going to be a great entry point for national and international advocacy. So how do we guarantee that women we train will be ready for the job market? One of the innovations of our product is that we are tightly connected to the market needs and we use a problem-solving approach. At the beginning of the training, we build partnerships with private sector and national institutions. From this collaboration, we do a need assessment to understand their workflow. And then during the training, under both academic and professional supervision, women work on building prototypes to address the real need expressed by the partners. This is how we guarantee that at the end of the training, they are ready and they are all automatically employed by the partner that we build partnership with. Tech Women Factory programs are scalable and at national and international level because the 2 key areas addresses, which are empowerment of women and growth that benefits us, are global objectives. This key area can be found in the Cameroonian National Strategy document, in the World Bank Global Development Strategy, and even in the Sustainable Development Goals 8, 5, and 10 of the United Nations. Besides, the competency taught through the Coding Academy are both transversal and universal. They can serve in Cameroon, in the US, in India, in various economic growth sectors like nutrition, inclusive governance, climate change, health, etc., etc. Also, the digital learning tools that we are developing will help to scale faster as we'll be able to reach more women with less investment. Tech Women Factory funding model is self-sustaining in mid and long term. It lays on 4 main points: the training costs, both online and offline, the local businesses contract won by the cooperative, communication, a commission on sales and advertising in the digital annuary, and naturally outsourcing contract. So, hey guys online, if you are looking for qualified and low-cost outsourcing company, feel free to contact us and to support those beautiful and strong women in Cameroon. We are working to make the following impact by 2026. 2,000 women empowered with IT skills and ready for the job market with at least 75% professional insertion rates. 100,000 women-owned businesses connected through the digital annuary, and at least 200 of them seed funding from the range of $3,000 to $50,000 each. Le train est déjà en marche. Nous sommes en train de créer 179 nouveaux emplois pour les femmes camerounaises. Au moment où je vous parle, à Yaoundé, 179 jeunes femmes talentueuses.
As I am speaking to you right now, we have a lot of women who have already benefited from our program. They are getting important positions in the digital economy and in other fields. They work on prototypes to respond to needs that have been identified by the Ministry of Justice and other ministries and entities. To recruit them, we have used a transparent and inclusive process through which the young leaders of Cameroon, whether they speak French or English, have had their chance. We have also encouraged the women who live in rural areas. They are 30% of our teams. We have seen a confirmation of global trends. 70% of applicants have at least a bachelor degree. This first edition has been made possible by our partners such as Global Affairs Canada and CUSO International. And we would like to have more partners. We are faced with many constraints, particularly the availability of IT solutions and funding. We have responded to, we have more than 1,000 women who are waiting to participate. This is why we have created an infrastructure that can welcome at least 400 women at the same time. The access to financing through the banks, of course, would be a great help. We need $2.2 million to help these women. 42% will be to build a high-tech center, and 32% would be.
Yeah, sorry, that's all the time we have, Ariel, but yeah, you're gonna be able to answer any questions that the jury has for you. So thank you very much for that. Let's please give a hand to Ariel. So now, before we proceed to the judges, please, you have 60 seconds to vote. So can we get the 60 seconds on the clock, please? Okay, great. So get your phones out. Yeah, give me 1 second. Is it clear how to vote on the app, on the web browser? Is it not very clear? You have to go to the browser. Yeah? Great. Thank you for that. Sorry? Sorry? Oh no, the voting is after each presentation. Sorry? No, so you'll be able to vote after each pitch. Like you'll be able to, a different poll will come up after each pitch so that you vote on their clarity, etc. Yeah? Does that clarify? Okay, great. Has it been 60 seconds? Yeah. Has it been 60 seconds? Great. All right, that's been 60 seconds, so thank you so much for your voting. Again, you're gonna be able to vote after every pitch. So now that we've done that, I will now call upon the judges to ask Ariel any questions that they might have. So please let me start with the judges that are joining us virtually. So yeah, if you want to go ahead. Yeah, so perhaps we'll start with Hillary. Hillary, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you so much, Ariel, for the presentation. Just a quick question from my end. Assuming your initiative is in the early stage, did COVID actually impacted your work in the past year? And I guess I would love to learn more. What are your plans or your team's plan to make your innovation and your solution future-proof in facing potential turbulence or shocks like this in the upcoming years? Thank you. And over to the other judges.
Sure. Thanks, Hillary. I hope everyone can hear me. And thank you so much, Ariel, for your presentation. From my perspective, I think it's great that it's focused on trying to progress on a global objective around gender empowerment and also in the IT space. However, my question to you is on potential for making this more of a regional reach. I don't know what are some of the plans for some of the regional reach of this activity and how you would be able to implement that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we also have a question from Xiaomin for you, Ariel, and it says, why rent in space for training and raising funds for this? Why not go in completely online to be more scalable? And who are you partnered with on the employer side? Google, any other ones? So yeah, that's Xiaomin. And yeah, and I think we can go to the in-person judges. So Florence, do you have any questions?
Yes, Florence Navarro from Innovators Box. My question is about your revenue model and your status. Are you a nonprofit or for-profit? Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for that question. First, we're going to take the questions, and then Ariel, we're going to give you a chance to respond. So Jim, please go ahead.
Just following along on the revenue model, I'm actually specifically interested in how you're covering the training costs. It sounds like you have an idea for the other components and how you're covering those costs, but it wasn't clear to me on the training cost itself.
Thank you very much. And finally, Che.
The other question that I have is around the barriers to infrastructure. After they are trained, how will they continue their training going forward? Is it dependent upon brick and mortar sites?
So now, Ariel, you get a chance to respond to those questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity and for the questions. I will start by the last question. How can we make sure that the women can continue the training after we work together? So the training is the 9-month training program. So we have time to have them gaining a competency, and then we use a hybrid approach. So it's going to be both online and offline. During when talking about the sustainability, I was talking about our distance learning tool that we are putting in place, so that they are going to be using those tools and to learn from their home, from their future work, etc. I think that this also responds to the question about how COVID impacted the project. And here, so we use a distance learning tool also to reach women who are not able to come to Yaoundé or to our center. The revenue model of the project is on the 3 components of the project. So we are going to be having money on the training online, but not on site. We are going to have money through the contracts that we are going to win by the cooperative. You are going to have money also registration on the digital annuary and on the data that we are going to be using to sell to strategic companies and institutions who are needing information on women empowerment in Cameroon. And for the regional scales, we already work in DRC, we work in Senegal, we did some training in Gabon. So we have a clear knowledge of the global and the regional environment about women in IT. And then the digital learning tool that we are putting in place can help at the beginning to start reaching the women in other countries. And also we built some partnership with local organization, for example, in DSE, where we used to do training, for example, and even in Senegal.
Thank you very much, Ariel. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have now. It was very insightful to learn about how you're harnessing digital technology and data science to enhance education access. So let's please give another hand to Ariel. Do we have anyone here from Cameroon? Yeah, representing. Love it. Great. So then now we're going to move to the second team, Team Voybook. That's going to be, Zinan is going to be pitching for the team. And you have 9 minutes. At the 8-minute mark, you're going to hear a warning. And then at 9 minutes, you're going to hear the buzzer go off. And that's when we're going to move to the online polling and then the jury members. So please take it away.
Hi everyone, I will share my screen now. Okay, I will start now. Hi everyone, I am Zinan Yue, a senior student from China, and it's my great honor to be here and share Voybook's story with you. This is a woman I admire, and I think most of you know who she is. Now I'd like to ask you a question. What kind of person would Helen Keller be if she could communicate without barriers through modern technology? I'd like you to think about these questions through today's presentation. Over 100 years later, a Chinese youth named Cheng Chuanshi lost his hearing at the age of 11. Like Helen Keller, he didn't give up. He can communicate with others and pursue his own dreams with practice and his parents' support. To let people like him participate in society without barriers, he founded Voybook at the age of 24. And his efforts have paid off. Voybook has provided accessibility solutions to more than 10 government agencies and more than 60 special education schools in 1 year. In addition, its app has also served more than 1 million hard of hearing users. And in fact, Cheng Chuan is using this app right now to simultaneously convert this presentation into text. However, he doesn't want to stop there and plan to establish a nonprofit organization in order to apply its existing resources to more public service projects. And I, as one student in business school and one volunteer in an NGO, was inspired by him and decided to join this initiative. Based on the past experiences, we found that some of our users missed the critical stage for hearing and speech development. So they have to work harder when they are growing up. Without timely intervention between the ages of 0 and 6, both the harder hearing kids and their parents will face some problems. However, the possible ways like the special education schools, training institutions, and home education are still playing a limited role in China. The current population of hard of hearing children of these ages in China is still huge, and this number And this number will increase by 23,000 per year, which means about 63 hard of hearing babies will come to this world every day. It is necessary to serve this population. So we'd like to establish a complete hearing care learning system. Specifically, Voicebook could be an online knowledge platform to involve different groups like sign language teachers to create knowledge content. The special education schools will also be engaged by providing preschool workshops. Additionally, parents and kids can get help from our app, which is equipped with voice recognition, hearing test, language practice, and community. As buyers and decision makers, parents can directly access our resources and then guide and impact their children by subscribing to the courses with different contents based on their needs. Apart from this, the app will provide a platform of accessible learning and daily practice for the children. To make it work, the existing private enterprise could provide resources like people and capital, while the coming nonprofit organization will be the main practitioner of the public service projects. And these two parts are in a cooperative relationship to some extent. Additionally, different partnerships will be engaged as well. Except for the app and some courses, we mainly charge fees for some complex courses and advertisements. Part of the capital from Voicebook will support this program with 60% from accessibility business, 30% from private financing, and 10% from government grants. And we will raise more funds from society later. Since hearing problems is a global issue, we are also scaling our programs through internationalization. After optimizing the English version, we will mainly target the Southeast Asia, where there is a large Chinese diaspora speaking English, and we will then go to the broader market in the world. Currently, the government attention, high internet penetration rate, and online education lay the foundation for our project. Furthermore, according to our survey, people show high demand. About 85 out of 100 families with hard of hearing children are willing to try this. Our program can be considered as a combination of the two main hearing care and speech solutions. Compared with the offline training institutions with high prices and specific space, we can reach more cities apart from the tier 1 cities like Beijing and Shanghai. Overall, we can form our competitive advantage with app support, targeted audience, existing user community, and partnerships. In addition, since our founder Cheng Chuan is hard of hearing, we know our users better. At present, we have already started with the initial preparation by conducting a PBL project. We have recruited 27 young people, including 5 hard of hearing people, to engage in our content creation team to release the first edition hearing knowledge kit and a picture book in September. Furthermore, the establishment of the Resonance nonprofit organization is also on the way. Currently, we are preparing for the first console and the bank account, and then we will finally register it successfully. We hope to serve more children in the world. How to make our world better? And our answer is to increase the hearing protection awareness, improve participation of hard of hearing children, improve the hearing care system, and increase access to hearing support. We hope our efforts could make contributions to the SDGs related to quality education, decent work and economic growth, reduced inequalities, and sustainable cities and communities. Now, let's revisit my initial question. I think Helen Keller would have more potential to be inspired by modern technology. Then this question can be converted to what kind of people would the hard of hearing children grow up to be if they were empowered by us? I think they would pursue their dreams in an inclusive society. Here is our team, Cheng Chuan, and our 2 student volunteers. Behind us, there are also many people working hard now. Although I can introduce them one by one, I think everyone's efforts will definitely leave a footprint for changing this world. Our current members are mainly from China, so we hope for more international voices and support to engage our project. And you are the one we want. So please feel free to contact us, come and join us. Then I would like to express my thanks to my teachers, Ms. Huan Li and Dr. Ellen Touchstone. It is their efforts in sustainable education that influenced me a lot. At last, I'd like to say, although I can't be there today, the internet can connect us. Although these people can't hear the word, we can connect them to society. So let's start to break down the barriers with our efforts. Now I have to leave my sharing. At last, this is the thank you in Chinese sign language, and I hope everyone can see it. And thanks for listening. 谢谢大家，亚颂。
Thank you, Zinan. That's great. So now again, you have 60 seconds to get your phones out. Go to the web browser and please cast your votes. And we have the timer on. Great. All right, that's 60 seconds. Thank you so much for your votes. So just like we did with Ariel, we're going to go first to our judges that are joining us virtually before then proceeding to the judges in person. So first off, I would like to ask Hillary, if you have any questions, please unmute yourself and go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. A question from my end is that in your experience in developing this, what was the main barrier for you when reaching out to the direct buyers, such as the parents with children of hard of hearing, and then how did you address that gap or barrier?
Thank you very much for that question. Now we're going to go to Xiaomin.
Yeah, thank you so much for this presentation. I think what you're doing is just amazing. I had a question since we have some investments in China in the edtech sector, in the online education sector. Since 2021, the government has become very, very involved in regulating the industry. And I'm wondering if you're considered part of online education, because all online education companies have become a nonprofit overnight. And so, I guess you mentioned you were going to add a nonprofit component. I'm wondering how you are going to be able to charge the parents of hard to hearing children. Are you going completely nonprofit?
Thank you very much for that question. Now we're going to go to Atya.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your presentation as well. My question was kind of grounded in between two different aspects that I think Hillary and Jiamin touched on. And for me, it was really to try to focus in at times, some students or some of the kids who are hard of hearing are not in the formal education system. So how have you tried to attract those that may not be placed in the formal education system and are in other types of schools? So basically, what are some of the linkages that you've tried to make to ensure that you're able to access those that are in particular need of this type of learning activity that will further them in their progressing on being part of an inclusive society as opposed to being left out as members of society at times. So really appreciate you touching a little bit on that.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to go to Florence. Or Jim. Do you have any questions, Che? Or
Sure. Happy to ask a question. So a couple of them. First one is, and this may be related to the question that Xiaomin asked, so the answer might come out of there. But the question is about, we saw B2G and B2B models and how you're growing there. Is there a B2C model? So that's the first question. And then the second question that we have is really around the app development. What is that state? Has it been fully developed? Are you working on it? And as a part of your team, didn't see an app developer or software engineer. So how are you thinking about that?
Thank you very much. Che, sorry, Jim, do you have any questions?
Yeah, and I do have a question. So it sounds like you're doing a couple things there. One is you're talking about app development and creating a platform to be able to scale this up. But the other part I thought I heard was that you're doing some kind of content creation because you have your founder has that background. Did I hear that correctly, or are you creating new content, or are you planning to take existing content and scale it up through your technology platform?
Thank you. And I don't know, Florence, if you have any last questions. Okay, thank you. So yeah, Zinan, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks for your questions. I'd like to first answer the first one and the third one. I think it is the same to some extent. About our way to access to the parents and the kids, since we already have the Voicebook app and we have the hearing and hard people community, and in this community there are many people who have some friends and their kids are hard of hearing, and we use this relationship to access to more hard of hearing children and their parents. And based on the past experience, we have this trust and this determinants to get the trust from the users. About the online education, actually, most of the courses are free of charge, as because this is a public service project. But we mainly charge some fees for some complex courses, and we will charge some fees from the advertisements from some of our partnerships, like the rehabilitation centers. And yes, most this project, most our activities will do for the charity, and we have the capital support from the original Voicebook business, and we think this is sustainable in this process. And next one is this is the B2C model. Yeah, we already.
Thank you, Zinan. Sorry, sorry to be such strict to time, but I think we need to keep to make sure we keep on time. So thank you so much for your presentation. It is really exciting to see how you're empowering technology to make communications easier for the hearing impaired. So let's please give a hand to Zinan. Great job. So now we actually have our next, the next person pitching is actually here in person. So I'd like to invite Dimitria from Soro, who is here with us live. So please, Dimitria, and then when you are good to go. And again, you're going to have at the 8-minute mark, you're going to hear a buzzer, and then at 9 minutes, the time is up.
Yeah,
so.
the microphone and
the clicker? Give us 1 second. You need the clicker, right? For this slide?
No, I don't have it here.
Oh, yeah.
Where is it? No, okay. Oh, yeah?
Do you not need the microphone, or are you going to
No,
use the
I need a microphone, but I need the thing to pass the slide. Yes, the clicker. Is it here? Can you see that? Yes, I just need the clicker.
Give us just 1 second. second. The clicker is somewhere. Say next, would that be okay?
Oh, the next one? No, no, no worries. I can go next.
No, if you like want to, should we go to?
Oh, sorry.
Next slide. I can't find the clicker. Should we just do virtual?
If you can pass. Okay, no worries. So I will notify you to pass to the next one. No, no worries. So hello, everyone. Woo, thank you. So hello. Like many other women, I once was a victim of gender-based violence, and I decided to change that scenario. I am Dimitria. I'm a 24-year-old from Brazil and a Globe South citizen committed for the fight for gender equality. I'm a communication specialist, and I've been working at the United Nations, the Federal Senate of Brazil, and also the private sector. Next one, please. SODO is an organization created in 2021 to help women from all over Brazil to find help and end gender-based violence. We offer multiple resources in one place to help women from all over the country to find help. And for that, we are based on 3 pillars: technology, empowerment, and assistance. Unfortunately, Brazil has high rates of violence against women. In fact, 1 in 4 of them has suffered some type of gender-based violence. And since the pandemic outbreak, aggression attacks have increased by 60.3%. And although there are many relevant tools in Brazil, many women can act due to the lack of information, support, or money. So to change that scenario, SODO offers UT, a technological tool to spread information and to help women understand their rights, an empowerment community so women don't feel alone, and also an assistance to provide immediate help. SODO offers a user-friendly app with more than 1,500 addresses from all over Brazil, with police stations, public shelters, and reference centers. The app also offers a panic button and a space to safely store records. We plan to launch the beta version in August. As for the empowerment section, SODO facilitates an in-person community ready to help women with legal advice, psychological, and human support. We also plan to offer professional courses, lectures, and workshops. For each region in Brazil, which is 5 in total, there will be a safe space promoted by SODO. Our next section, please, is the assistance. We provide a safe temporary housing for accommodation for women that need assistance immediately. And for that, we will also give a child care support and also a financial aid. And also for each region in Brazil, there will be a shelter promoted by SODO. So I want you to imagine this scenario with me. Anna is being harassed in her workplace, but since it never happened to her before, she doesn't know what to do. So SODO app can give her reliable information so she can understand what is her rights. But she doesn't want to face this alone. So SODO also can provide her a community ready to help. For instance, one of our lawyers can give her some legal advice. But she decides to denounce her abuser at the company's HR, and she gets fired, which is pretty common. So SODO can provide her an accommodation in case she doesn't have a place to stay, and also money support. This way, Anna can focus on staying safe and healthy. And later on, she can even join forces with one of our partner companies to find a new job. This way, SODO contributes to the creation of ecosystem capable of impacting not only individuals, but communities, businesses, institutions, and also governments. Yes. Our estimated impact for the first year is more than 5,000 women based on the 3 pillars that we offer at SODO and also in recent data and the researches we made with our market reach. Mainly through social media and advertisements, which are really popular in Brazil, women from all over the country will get to know SODO's work and find a reliable source in the fight for gender equality. Our market reach is really broad. In fact, 17 million of women have suffered some type of gender-based violence, and that's only for last year. So SODO has a unique chance to impact a significant part of this public. For instance, we know that in Brazil, women are those who most use cell phones. In some regions, it can go up to 78.6%. We also know that 52% of women who have been assaulted last year decided to remain silent because they didn't feel supported, and that 32% of the victims didn't end the cycle of violence due to financial dependence. So SOTO can impact each and one of these instances and provide reliable resources. As a revenue model, we will seek to form partnerships with institutions and government sectors that wish to increase their social impact and also to become a reference in the fight for gender equality. And as for the B2C, we are focused on promoting workshops, courses to individuals who are priced between $10 and $20. With the right resources, within 1 year, SOTO will be able to successfully launch the app, open its first office in Brazil, invest significantly in staff and volunteers, and also open its first shelter. Then we can start scaling to the next region. SOTO is the only initiative in the whole country that provides 3 different pillars to ensure that women are free from violence. We provide not only useful information, but also a group support, a physical security, and educational resources. SOTO is an ambitious project, and for that reason, we will need substantial support. So for that, we are looking for a $400,000 pre-seed investment so we can start impacting women from all over Brazil. Of this amount, 20% will be invested in the app, 30% in the empowerment section, and 50% in the assistance. SOTO contributes to the strengthening of the Sustainable Development Goals, number 5, gender equality, 8, decent work and economic growth, 10, to reduce inequalities, and also 17 partnerships for the goals, and to the transformation of thousands of lives in the largest country in Latin America. At SOTO, we truly believe that every woman should be free from violence. Join us to build fairer, healthier, and more equitable societies for everyone. When a single woman is thriving, the whole society is thriving. Thank you so much for your attention.
You can stay. You can stay here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Great job. So now we have 60 seconds if you want to pull out your phones so that you can vote on SOTO's presentation. Okay, great.
There will be some, I will be able to speak from you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Me first. All right, the voting is up for those who were voting on the browser. So again, we're going to go to our virtual judges first for their questions, and it'll be a 5-minute segment of questions and answers. So first, virtually, we're going to go to Hillary. So Hillary, if you have any questions, please go ahead.
Thank you for the excellent presentation. My question is, how are you ensuring data privacy aspect in the app, especially GBV is often a personal and sensitive experience. So I would love to hear more about that, and as well as how is the landscape of your national policies, whether it's the policy on data or policies on GBV itself, affecting the implementation of this solution. Thank you, and over.
Thanks. Next up, we have Atya. So if you have any questions, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I think my questions are grounded on the prevention and response element of the GBV work that you're doing. Who are some of the partners that you're working with, and how have you grounded this maybe on trying to advocate for greater policy change in this space? Thanks.
Thank you. Now we have also a question from Xiaomin who sent it to us, so I'll be asking it on her behalf. Is Soto simply connecting women with the most reliable shelters, or funding and running the shelters? Next up, we're going to go to our judges in person. So Florence, if you have any questions, please go ahead.
Yes. My first question is about the app downloads that you foresee. Like, how did you come to that number? And have you tested it? Have you used the lean startup approach to test it? My second question is regard to childcare support. This is, in a lot of countries, extremely difficult to have access to those supports. So how do you make that work?
Thank you very much. Che, do you have any questions?
The question is really about the investment that you're seeking. So a big proportion of that is going towards assistance, and the app development's about 20%. Have you thought about using the platform to provide that assistance virtually? And how would you think about the investment changing if you were to do that?
Thank you. Jim, do you have any questions?
Just a quick question. I think my colleagues on the panel have asked most of the questions I have since I'm last always. But my question for you is, what does the panic button do? You mentioned that there's a panic button, and so where does that message go, and how does it help the women that we're pushing?
Thank you. Over to you.
So thank you for your questions. For the first one, in Brazil, we actually have this law for securing data, but for cases in which you need to record an aggression situation, that law doesn't really apply. So you can film the moment of aggression and then use that in a court. But of course, Soto plans to comply with all the national laws. As for the second question, Soto is mostly in the day stage, so we don't have actually partnerships at this stage. It's something that we are looking for right now. And but we already have at the horizon some businesses in Brazil, local business mostly, that are willing to invest in Soto and to form partnerships, especially for receiving input on how to promote gender equality in the business sector. And as for the third question, yes, this is a really thing to do, because in Brazil we have 8 public shelters that assist women from different regions, and it must have a lot of resources to make that happen. But as for the regulation, there are no obstacles to that to happen. So basically, with the right funding, with the right resources, with the right partnerships, I'm sure that Soto can start building the shelter and the other pillars for us to help women. And as for the fourth question, I'm sorry, I didn't wrote that down. Great if someone can repeat that earlier, but how is the projection, right? So Brazil is the 5th country in the whole world that provides internet usage and phone access. And in Brazil, there was a 55% increase in the number of downloads since the pandemic. So we do have this large public ready to download apps, especially if they are related to social businesses. So that's an estimate that we have for the first year, but that can vary for more or less. As for the 5th question, the investment we are seeking is basically those enterprises in Brazil that are looking for increasing their social impact. In fact, we have about 5 to 6 institutions that are very well established in Brazil, and they significantly invest in organizations like Soto. So we will. Oh, okay.
So sorry.
No worries. So thank you so much, everyone. Have a nice day.
Let's give a hand. Thank you, Dimitria. So now we move to the 4th team, GAS 360, and the presentation is going to be made by Emmanuel. So Emmanuel, you're going to hear a buzzer at the 8-minute mark. I don't know why I keep looking that way, because it's not there behind me. You're going to be, there's a buzzer at the 8-minute mark, and then a final buzzer at the 9-minute mark. So please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm not allowed to turn on my video. Please, could you enable me to do that? Hi. I'll be sharing my screen now.
When he starts presenting, the time starts. No, hold on.
Hi, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Emmanuel, co-founder and CEO at Gas 360, and we are digitizing clean cooking access in Africa. Nigeria ranks 7th in the global gas flaring chart. 98,000 women die annually from the use of dirty fuels in Nigeria, such as firewood, and 350,000 hectares of woodland is lost annually to domestic cooking. And this is happening in a time when Nigeria is also flaring 1.8 billion scoff of natural gas per day, which translates to 53 million kg of CO2 emitted on a daily basis. However, the LPG consumption in Nigeria is growing tremendously. The market grew from $200 million in 2016 to $2 billion in 2021, and is projected to hit $10 billion in 2025. And penetration is still at just 10% of the total households in Nigeria. 90% of the unpenetrated market presents a significant opportunity for growth. Demands are driven by the micro restaurants and the households. The micro restaurants today account for 80% of demand, while the households consume just 20%. Their annual transaction value, the micro restaurants spend $1,500 purchasing clean cooking gas, and the households spend just $280. The reason is that these micro restaurants purchase this gas to cook for their businesses rather than the households who cook for their own needs. The micro restaurants, their annual spend is way higher than that of the households. The pain points today, between the last mile retailers, we have 75,000 of them, and the food SMEs, $1.6 billion is spent between these two annually, and is largely cash-based. The value chain is extremely broken. Time is lost due to a broken restock process. Retailers have to close down their shops, walk 20 kilometers to get inventory restock from bulk distributors, which affects pricing, and also affects the availability to be at their shops. These are the main reasons why people still depend on firewood and charcoal today. Simply put, it's easier to find charcoal and firewood in these local communities rather than having access to clean cooking gas. Our solution, we are digitizing the retailers and the food SMEs, the micro restaurants first. Our app digitizes restocking. Restocking is completely seamless. Bookkeeping is digitized, aggregated increased sales for the retailers. And also we have a banking as a service infrastructure that provides easy access to trade finance for these retailers. Today, they do not enjoy access to any form of financial product. Our services and financial infrastructure for these retailers allows them to easily order for restock, and the gas is delivered to them, within hours, unlike what they are used to, where they have to close down their shops and go for days before they get restock. Their record keeping processes are largely manual. They write it on paper and books, but with our app, they are able to record their sales in one platform. Our marketplace also enables them connect with last mile small micro restaurants who can order directly to them, and they deliver directly to them. Our banking as a service infrastructure provides easy access to trade finance that enables them expand their businesses. These retailers also serve as distribution points for solar systems. Because they use these solar systems to run their businesses, they act as change agents in their local communities to train and sell these solar products to low-income households. And these low-income households, they trust these retailers to trust them to be able to make that switch to renewable energy, because these retailers spend time with them in the local communities, and they attend the same social functions in their local communities. We are also not thinking about the 90% underserved markets, who are mostly low-income households. Our IoT smart meter today allows them to pay as they use for LPG, just like the way they buy charcoal in small bits. Today in Africa, many households earn below $2, but asking them to purchase LPG for a month that is worth $12 is a bit of a problem. With our solution, they are able to pay as they use. And for this, we're also building out a financial services infrastructure that provides financial services using their LPG consumption as a credit rating system. The size of the market today, the size of the LPG market is $2 billion, while the fintech space is $450 billion in Nigeria. And our distribution centers, these retailers are already serving us, they're already providing financial services in their local communities. Today, low-income households can go to them and make bank transfers and even make withdrawals from these retail outlets. And these retail outlets also distribute solar products in these local communities. Our business model is quite simple. Every time we connect these retailers to the bulk distributors, we earn 25%. And every time we connect the micro restaurants to the retailers, we earn 10%. The market has responded positively. We've crossed $600,000 in our gross transaction volume. We've served 403 active SMEs, and we've saved $2.3 million in carbon. We've provided $55,000 in trade finance to 73 SMEs, and the repayment rate has been 100%. With all this growth, we've only been able to meet 25% of all the demand that has come to us. 75% of demand today is currently unmet. We have the right team to deliver on this vision. Myself, I'm a second-time founder in the clean cooking space, and my co-founder, Jeneke, is part of the team drafting the first clean cooking policy in Nigeria. We are a diverse team with a 50-50 gender mix ratio today. We have domain expertise. I resigned as a founder in my first startup, a clean cooking startup, to found and build Gastricity with my other team members. We were the first African startup that was selected by T-Mobile's accelerator in Berlin to build our IoT smart meters, and we launched out to start out our operations in January 2022. Our ask from the World Bank Group is to help us with strategic partnerships to execute our next phase of growth. We started out, we wanted to pilot and have our first 100 customers, which we already have over 400 currently. We have over $600,000 in gross transaction. We've raised $100,000 from angel investors across 4 continents. Our phase 2, we want to reach 10,000 small SMEs month on month, 100,000 micro restaurants, and expand to our second market in Africa. We also want to hit $50 million in the next 12 months in gross transaction volume. Our end goal is to ring a bell in New York Stock Exchange as the first startup coming out of Africa solving the clean cooking problem. We are building the digital services and financial infrastructure for Africa's net zero transition in Africa. Our focus and our goal is embedded in our name, Goods and Services 360, which says that really clean cooking can unlock other verticals of the market to create a sustainable business rather than it just being a social problem. Because VC monies, investor monies goes to profitable businesses that can create social impact, not just businesses that are designed for social impact. We hope that you'll be able to join our journey and help us deliver on our mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. That was right on time. So as usual, please, you have 60 seconds to vote. So please pull your phones out and vote. All right, voting time is up. We're gonna move to the Q&A session. So I'm gonna actually start with Jim. Are you ready for the question?
Thank you very much. So I'm just curious. I'm not quite sure whether you're just providing the digital platform or are you also providing the actual LPG? Because I saw some photos of your, it looked like you have your own shop. So can you just clarify that?
Thank you very much, Florence or Che. You're good, Florence. Che, do you have any questions? Okay. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna go to our virtual judges, Hillary.
Hi, no, another question from me was that what was the main insight that you gained in terms of engaging the SMEs, the communities there in when you're trying to promote this adoption of this digital app as well as the transition to gas? So I think would love to hear that insight and how has it helped you shape this app for this year and the upcoming pipeline in the future?
Thanks for that question. Atya, do you have any questions for Emmanuel?
Yes, thank you so much for that presentation. I think knowing that this sector actually has three main challenges around the cultural barriers to shift from the clean cooking methods to something else. How are you working on promoting this within the communities maybe that are vulnerable? What are some of the potential incentives that are being provided? In terms of the supply chains, what are some of the challenges you faced thus far, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic, and how have you been able to address them? And the last part, I think, is on the questions around costs. And at times that's a big challenge for some of the vulnerable populations that you may be targeting, and what are you putting in place for that? Thank you.
Thank you. And on behalf of Xiaomen, how large is your data analytics team? And do you credit score the SMEs for local banks? And how much of take rate do you charge the banks for origination? Thank you. So Emmanuel, you can go ahead and answer the questions. Thanks.
Very well. Thank you very much for the question. So the first question, we don't own any of this infrastructure. Today, we have 75,000 retailers spread across Nigeria. So what we did was to sort of start digitizing them, standardizing them, training them to empower them to run the businesses effectively. We also have a large number of logistics providers. However, they were largely unbranded. So what Gas 360 has done is to work closely with them to standardize them. So the Gas 360 shop, the photos that you saw is just the way to give them that brand equity, and it has increased their sales because many people in their local communities trust them more. The insights that we've learned from this is that there is a huge gap in terms of financial services. Really, these low-income households or these small businesses, they have no incentive to own bank accounts, right? Because most of their earnings are informal. But what we've done is to start building out, and that's why we started building out the financial infrastructure. You realize that out of the $600,000 that we've gotten so far, 90% of those have been cash, people paying our agents on the ground cash. So we've started building out this infrastructure where they now have POS terminals. So people in their local communities can come to them and withdraw monies, with their cards, and they sort of turn those cash into digital monies. In terms of the cultural shift, really, it has been going very well. You realize that these retailers, we turn them into carbon heroes, change agents in a sense, because they attend the same social functions just like the households in their local communities. So they trust them more. So these retailers today are providing, trainings, teachings in their local communities to help people switch from charcoal and firewood to, gas. And they're happy to do that because the more people switch to them, the more they sell their gas. So they make more monies when people make that transition. In terms of cost, today we are we have a partner, we have an banking infrastructure partner who provides the APIs that we've integrated into our solution. So we sort of split the financial product rate, take rate 50-50. Then as we go on, we build out our own infrastructure to increase our margins. the COVID-19 has actually worked in our favor in this space, because now that people have reduced earnings, they sort of now spend money on food alone for the most part. They don't spend money on other luxury things, So our business, our product is actually a product that sells across seasons, because people will always eat.
Thank you.
And
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Yeah, let's give a hand to Emmanuel. Yes. Thank you very much, team. It's wonderful to see how you've created a viable, clean cooking solution. So definitely keep up the good work. Next up, we have our fifth team. So we have Light Ed, which will be presented by Stanley. So Stanley, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Awesome. Okay. So I will share my screen right now. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Stanley Anubog, and this is my story of how I spent 11 years of my life studying with candles and crazy lights at night. I found out I wasn't alone in this problem, because this problem also affected my health and my education. I met Victor. Victor is an asthmatic student, primary school student that is currently studying with health issues, but is also forced to use kerosene lamps to study at night. And according to the World Health Organization, studying with kerosene lamp for 6 hours is equivalent to smoking 4 packs of cigarettes in a single day. Principal Aneto is a principal that spends $10,000 to $15,000 annually just on petrol and generators, and $2,000 on maintenance just to light up his school. Local business owners like Antipati spend a lot of money to just afford kerosene lamps in order to light up their stores, and they barely make up that amount in their business, and they also lose their goods to fire incidents that happen. These three personas represent countless of people across Nigeria and Africa. But I then found out that this also had a social economic effect that went across different sectors in the world, because the education, students have less productive hours to study. Households also contribute to high volume of emission, and also businesses lose a lot of productive time and a lot of sales because of lack of access to electricity, including the health sectors as well. I set out on the personal journey, a crazy young person that just wanted to change the world. 7 years of my life spent with just one mission, 10 failed solutions, but I didn't give up. And that resilience gave birth to Lighted. Lighted is a company that aims to remove energy poverty and electricity poverty from the world. We want to be the #1 light source and energy source for family households in Africa. We came up with our very first solution, which is the Power Box. The Power Box is designed locally and made in Nigeria. The Power Box at a very fast rate and store into our systems. This system are then used to power fans, TVs, lamps, and also it's powered by a solar panel. This system is not only being used at home. You can actually take this as a camping gear for your camping trips, and also other people in different sectors. Our solution is 100% green. The production is made locally in Nigeria, and we recycle electronic and electrical waste and batteries to make our systems. It's 100% solar and clean energy, and also noise-free compared to other sources of energy like gas, generators, and candles and cranes. Our solution also went across those borders I mentioned earlier, because with our solution, students can have additional study hours with the reduction of smoke pollution, and also increase in productive hours for businesses and reduction in fire incidents. Hospitals and primary healthcare centers will have access to electricity to be able to attend to their patients as well. Our business model is a D2C model. We designed our technology to be quite inclusive, so that anyone, wherever you are, no matter your financial capability, you can afford our systems. We make a direct sales to customers that can afford our device on a single payment model. Then a pay as you go for our customers that can't afford our device. We allow them to pay to our agents in our different locations, and they get an SMS which contains a code, and that code is imputed into the device, and it's unlocked. No access to internet. You don't even need connection to anything to actually have this code run on your system. Our market size is quite huge, but we trimmed it down to the people that we know that actually really need our solution because they are our target. They were the reason we started this crazy mission in the first place. 25 million households across Nigeria that are currently existing, and 15.3 million do not have access to electricity. 2.5 million currently in the southeast part of Nigeria, where we just commenced our sales. Our target audience cut across micro, small business owners, boarding schools, primary healthcare centers, and off-grid households. What are we offering? We're offering an all-in-one solar-powered lighting solution that can power basic home appliances through our agents and online and retail sales. 70% of our agents will be women, not just because we want to impact or empower more women, because it's a strategic and smart business decision, because these women are more trusted and own 90% of the small business and retail stores where we can actually convert them to our lighted agents. Lighted is currently ranging at a higher battery capacity and a lower battery price percentage compared to other devices in the market. And we are way lighter and easy to carry around. In the past 6 months, we have raised $35,000 from a Silicon Valley-based program named Fishbowl, and we have distributed 300 of our energy lamps, 10 of our power box, onboarded very first 5 agents, 3 lighted communities, and our very first school customer. We believe in impact, social impact per se, because we launched the Lighted Kids Project, a tri-monthly campaign that raises funds in rural communities that accesses free lamps and training on renewable energy. We are creating the next generation of change makers for climate change and also renewable energy. And these students, this project, these funds are not being raised by us. They are being raised by the Lighted ambassadors, who are students in urban communities for students in rural communities. The Light for Peace project is currently a partnership project we have, providing an inclusive place for refugees and camps that have been affected by conflicts to have access to our solar lighting solution and charging stations. In our very first year, our cost of production right now, which is way cheaper than the already cost of production in the market, is $215. This is achieved because we are locally producing and we're using electronic waste, and our production process is 100% solar powered. And sales are at $335. In our very first year, we aim to make 150 unit sales and reach a revenue of $50,000 with a 50% annual increase in our unit sales for the next 3 years. What are we asking for? We're asking for $20,000 to achieve our very first year mark, because we would divert 70% towards production of our units, 20% into marketing and expanding our agents network, and the social commitment through our Light for Peace and Lighted Kids projects will be 10% as well. Our partners is Fishbowl, who has provided us access to funding, and OneGrid, who provides us access to batteries, because we don't want to be doing all the work. That would be a strain on our company. So we have companies that are already sourcing waste batteries and waste electronic waste. So they provide us this waste for us to use to produce our products, which our products was fundamentally designed based on this electronic waste that are readily available. So Doosan helps us in our agent management because they are an agent management solar company. Atec Hubs is our technical support for those communities. In case if our devices have problems, they are able to reach out to these communities and fix those devices. And our agents are also trained technically, and this is empowering women, creating more world for women to participate in STEM. I didn't do this alone, of course. It's so big for just one person. So I needed a team that cut across different countries, different continents. Our team is so diverse from different parts of the world, and we are all passionate about creating a world of cleaner and where energy will be more affordable and provided for everyone. So this is our team, and we believe Lighted is more than just a startup. It's more than just a company. Lighted is the light before the end of the tunnel. Lighted is a company that provides access for both men, women, and young people across the world. We believe that Lighted is the future of clean, affordable energy, because in the future, you're going to find solar car charging stations powered by Lighted, cooking stations powered by Lighted, and other services that will be powered by Lighted. We believe that the world should be a lighted place. Thank you very much.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, the energy in the room is great over here, Stanley. So again, please pull your phones out. We're going to do the online voting. You have 1 minute to do that. Great. Thank you. All right, pencils down. Voting is up. So now we're gonna go to our judges. So, Che, do you have any questions you'd like to ask?
Yeah, sure. So the sales price, does that include folding solar panels? And if so, how many comes with that?
Thank you very much. Jim?
There we go. Can you speak a little bit about your intellectual property? Is this something that you've designed yourself, or are you licensing it from another group? And I'm also very interested in what are the barriers to faster growth? Because it seems like you could, if you can figure those things out, is it because you can't sell as fast, or is it because of manufacturing the stuff? I'm just interested in that as well.
Thank you. Florence, go ahead.
So following this question, you're producing everything locally, but how have you been affected by COVID or current supply chain issues? Number one. And number two, I liked how you related the problem with the impact. How are you going to measure the impact?
Thank you. Now we're going to go to Hillary, please, virtually.
Thank you. I'm very interested in your grain production process, and you mentioned you're utilizing recycled e-waste. So would you be able to kind of share more about how much were you able to utilize this e-waste and how much of that actually goes to the product itself in terms of production? Over.
Thank you. Atya?
Thank you. I think a lot of the things I wanted to ask have been asked, but maybe I'll touch on something which is related to the employee space. I know you have aspirations to have 70% women as agents. However, what are you thinking about when it comes to getting women involved as part of the techs, so part of the repairing entity of the project? Thank you.
Thank you. And on behalf of Xiaomin, how will cost decrease in the next few years? Where is this produced? Silver components after the hardware is sold? Thank you. Over to you. Stanley.
Awesome. That's a lot of questions, but yeah, it go through it. So the cost price is actually involved in the solar panel, and the solar panels are actually bought in bulk. So that drops the cost of acquiring the solar panels. So our very first acquisition, we acquired 1,000 units of solar panels, and that was directly shipped to Nigeria. So that significantly cuts the cost of the panels for us. And the intellectual property, yes, this is 100%. Like I said, I spent 7 years of my life doing this, and I have worked on so many different tech solutions, and I've failed. But yeah, Lighted was the light for my life, actually. And yes, it's my properties, my ideas, and we are currently we're currently trademarking those and also getting patents for the electronic circuit designs that are used with electronic waste that we scavenged as well. And our expansion is quite easy because we partner with local community leaders. So those community leaders enable us to get women because they have these women organizations in these rural communities. And also it's quite easier because I'm a local, and also we partner with the locals. So that's easier for us to convince these women to onboard. And these women are also a central point in our expansion. But given that as well, we also partner with the local community men that also help us to expand into other communities as well. Yes, we are not much affected by COVID because our production is done locally and our sales are done through our offices. So that made it easier for us to ship out our products to the locals around us. So our sourcing there is this huge land mile of waste, and Nigeria has an ecosystem that actually sells waste electronics. So the waste electronics, your spoiled laptops is also dumped in Nigeria. So those dumped laptops, that's what we use to power the rooms in Nigeria as well. Yes, the way we measure the impact is through storytelling. We allow the students to tell the story of how they were impacted. We do a monthly series. After 2 months, we go back to these communities, document the story process and how our solution helped them. We document the process before it helped them and document it after to know actually how it helped them. So we have on-ground storytelling, and that storytelling process is also used in our marketing as well. The production of electronic waste. So we use electronic waste to produce, and this electronic waste, like I said, we have a huge land mile of spoiled laptops, radios, and stuff. So I actually have supply for 10 years of production for my devices, the way we designed our production. The employee space, definitely our partners at Artec have this program called STEM for Her, and I'm also one of the co-founders of Artec. So STEM for Her program, we do train the women, like I said. Artec helps us with the technical support, and they train these women to learn how to fix the basic components that get spoiled. So these women, if they can't fix it, they contact us as well, because you're not just going to transform them overnight to full engineers. So it's a growth process. It happens with time. Currently now we have...
so much. Sorry. Thank you so much, Stanley.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let's give a hand to Stanley. Yeah, it's a tight timeline. And last but not least, we have Priyal from Stand We Speak. She's waited this whole time, so let's give her a round of applause. Woo! So again, you'll be giving a buzzer at 8-minute mark, and then 9 minutes, the time will be up. Over to you, Priyal.
Hello, everyone. It's an honor to be here. So let me start by asking you a few simple questions. Can an emergency contraceptive pill terminate a pregnancy? Can an unmarried pregnant woman seek abortion services legally? What do I do if my boyfriend is threatening to leak my private pictures online? How do I know if I'm gay? Now, you might have answer to these questions, but most young people don't. My journey at Stand We Speak started with my own experience of being in a toxic and abusive relationship for 5 years. It took me 2 years of professional help and support to come out of it. I have seen one of my friends' younger sister who was denied abortion services because she was unmarried. Left with no choice, she had to resort to unsafe abortion practices, impacting her physical and mental health severely. Around 1.9 billion people on a global level suffer from one or the other sexual health-related issues. Looking at the global data, 3 million teenage girls undergo unsafe abortion every year. Around 71% of the girls remain unaware of periods when they begin menstruating. Out of the total 48 million pregnancies, half of them are unintended in India. India also has the third largest HIV epidemic in the world, and the list is never ending. This is a huge problem because of the shame and stigma attached to the entire domain of sexual health industry. There's a lot of misinformation and misconception in the minds of people about abortion, pregnancy, contraception, sexuality, and other related issues. Did you know that we have more than 15 types of contraception available? We also have lack of access to reliable sources of information because we have no formal education in schools, parents are reluctant to discuss this topic, and friends are just as clueless. More often than not, we also have lack of access to healthcare experts, modern contraception, period products, and other such services. These services are quite expensive for youth to afford. So to solve this issue, we have come up with May, which is an AI-driven, fully digital sexual health platform for youth. We provide anonymous, sex-positive, gender-inclusive, and personalized solutions. Here is a quick live demo of how it works. Since this is an anonymous platform, you can enter any name as per your suitability. Different countries have different laws about consent, abortion. So based on your location, age, gender, and needs, this platform filters all the information that you require. You get suggested questions that are more often asked by the specific age group. You can type in a question directly or ask from the wide variety of categories that we offer, from mental health, violence, safety, pregnancy, abortion, consent. We also have a guide for parents, gender, and pleasure. So based on the question that you select, you get medically, legally accurate information, which is curated by our global team of sexual health experts, digital content, which is available in multilingual languages, products based on the category that you have chosen. We also have experts such as gynecologists, counselors, lawyers, sexologists, and intimacy coach who provide queer affirmative services. And additionally, you get tons of resources such as podcasts, articles, blogs, digital courses, and support groups. We are specifically targeting the age group of 13 to 35 years, teenagers, women, LGBT community who live in urban, semi-urban cities and have access to the internet. We have already launched our service in India, and in the next 5 years, we plan to expand it to Bangladesh, Nepal, Philippines, and South Korea. To cater to our users, we would be partnering with various sexual health organizations, with schools and college clubs. We would advertise over dating apps, podcasts, social media. We will also partner with doctors, hospitals, pharmacies, and leverage local and national influencers. There are other organizations such as Old School Elo Health, Flow, Thatmate, who provide psychological medical services, but our USP lies in being a holistic platform. Along with psychological medical information, we also have legal aspect where we provide information as well as have lawyers to give users end-to-end solutions in terms of violence, LGBT rights, bullying, and other similar cases. We also serve the underserved market of the LGBTQ community, teenagers, and young adults. And to facilitate honest conversations and provide a safe platform, we have an anonymous AI-driven chatbot. So overall, we are a one-stop AI-driven platform for all sexual and reproductive health needs. Since most of our services, such as information, digital content, courses, podcasts, and other resources are free, we drive our revenues from 3 major heads. The first one is teleconsultation, where our average ticket size is $10, and we take 30% commission on that, and the 70% goes to the expert. Marketing pleasure products, sexual wellness products is quite tricky on social media. So this platform serves as a medium for these industries, for these product manufacturers and sellers to advertise and promote their products on our platform. So we charge them around $340 every year per company. In the next few years, we would also be launching a premium service for exclusive content and services for the users. Here is a 5-year financial project for the Indian market, and we aim to generate around $400,000 by the end of 2026. Since launched in the last 6 months, May has answered 15,000 questions from 10,000 users across 6+ countries. We have impacted lives of 15,000 students through workshops, conducted needs assessment survey for 2,000 young people, and have an active and organic community of 5,000 people. We have 10+ global collaborations with organizations such as Amaze, Women First Digital, Period, and more. We have won 15 awards and accolades and have achievements from global organizations such as UN Women, Global Youth Awards, Hilson, Savvy Fellowship, Women Ambassadors Forum, UNDP, Family Planning Association of India, and more, and have incubation support from Unleash, UNDP, Microsoft for Startups of Shuka University, and Goa Institute of Management. We require a funding of $20,000 to build a product for marketing, manpower, and other miscellaneous services. We aim to launch our service in Hindi language, build more digital content, reach 1 million users through marketing, and hire 4 experts and 2 marketing and sales executives. In the next 3 years, we aim to launch May in 8+ different languages, integrate voice assistant, scale it to 3+ countries, and launch an app to make our services more inclusive and accessible by youth. We are targeting SDGs 3, 4, and 5. We want teenagers to have appropriate knowledge about this industry, for women to break the shame and stigma around these products, build a respectful and tolerant community for LGBTQ people, and to bring an attitudinal change in the mindset of youth. Overall, we want to advance global health and achieve gender equality. We are a diverse team. I'm the founder with 4+ years of experience in mental health and social industry. I have a background in psychology, and I'm also a certified sexuality educator. I've worked in various mental health institutions, and I've also worked in Tihar Jail, which is one of the largest prisons in Asia, and also worked in a suicide prevention helpline. In the team, we have a doctor, web developer, and a marketing head. We are supported by a global team of advisory team members from organizations such as Goldman Sachs, Citibank, Sex Education Forum, School of Sexuality Education, Family Planning Association of India. We also have lawyers in the team. Here are some of the ways in which you can support us. You can either support us through funding, becoming a mentor and guiding us in this journey, or connecting us with the organizations and giving us relevant networking opportunities. I may not be the first person to go through this, but with your support, I could be the last. So we need your support to join us in this journey and build a better and more equitable world. Thank you. I open the floor for questions, comments, and clarifications.
Yeah, let's give it up for Priyal. So you should know by now, please pull your phones out. We're gonna do the voting on the web browser. So we have 1 minute for that. Great. All right, time's up. Thanks for casting your votes. So let me go back to our virtual judges. So Hillary, if you can please ask any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is, what were the criteria that you used in terms of deciding which products and experts that go to this platform, not only in India where it's now located, but also in the other markets that you're planning to tap into as well?
Thank you. Over to Atya.
Thank you so much for your presentation. My question is grounded on, you mentioned having about answered 15,000 questions covering over 10,000 users. Are these users global, regional, and what was some of the marketing used to maybe scale up access to this app from outside of the region, if that's the case? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Florence, do you have any questions?
Yes, my question is with regard to your go-to-market strategies. You've been effective at having some partnerships, but I want to hear more about who you address first and why and how, in 2 words.
Thank you. Che, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so from the supply side, how are you acquiring supply side consultants and healthcare professionals? What are the methods and what are the costs?
Thank you. Jim?
I'm just curious about why you picked the countries you did in terms of your expansion. I wasn't quite clear what was tying them together. Thanks.
Thank you. And then on behalf of Shaman, how feasible is it to charge women $10 a consultation? How many paid customers and what's the LTC CAC ratio? Thank you. Priyal, over to you.
To start with the first question, we have several criteria to onboard experts, which includes, so we train them in providing queer affirmative services, but one of our major criteria is their approach towards providing the solution, whether it's non-judgmental, sex positive, and whether they cater to young people or not. These are major 3 criteria that we use before we interview them. We also have a panel and our mentors who help us pick the best fit for our platform. So these are some of the steps that we use to onboard experts. The second question is about go-to-market strategies. Okay, so we started with targeting 18 to 27 years of age first when we launched our services and we were piloting it. And even now we are targeting 18 plus at the moment. The reason to pick this age group was because, there's a legal barrier when we provide legal services to minors. So because we are providing and building this service completely anonymous, we want to make sure that we are backed with experts, and our platform is more inclusive in terms of questions that children might ask about abuse and whether we are able to report those cases or not. So we want to make sure, so in terms of piloting, we have been catering to 18 plus youth at the moment. We have picked this particular age group and target market because most of the youth are aware of the problems that they go through and are able to frame it in a manner and are able to afford the services that we're trying to provide. And the next question is about countries. Why did we pick these countries? Okay, so because I'm based in India and I have a more holistic idea about the problems that we face, that's why we started our services in India, and about scaling it to 5 countries, which includes Nepal, Bangladesh, South Korea, and Philippines. We have conducted several workshops in these countries first to understand what kind of problems, especially young people, go through and what kind of solutions do they need. So based on the surveys and the community that we have built, we decided to scale it up to these countries because we have already received a feedback. 15,000 questions that we have answered came from diverse countries. We haven't been marketing actively outside India, but we have received some traction from global areas. That was one of the factors that validated our service. Some of the marketing strategies that we have been using, which includes partnering with college clubs and school-led, youth-led organizations because they are actively working in this domain. We have also been partnering with various sexual health related organizations, such as those who educate youth about menstrual hygiene, sexual wellness, contraception. So we use those platforms to educate people about this AI-driven platform where they can get more information and digital content. The last question is about charging women customers. Sorry, we have conducted.
That's all the time we have for you. Sorry about that. But let's please give her a warm applause. But in general, let's give a round of applause to all our amazing finalists, please. That was fantastic. And just to know, here in the room, how many people have a social venture you're working on, you would like to work on, or you have already launched it? Raise your hands. Wow, so we have a lot. Wow. And just going back to what we heard about earlier, that the next big thing can come out soon, and it may come out of this room. I truly, truly believe that. So with that, we conclude this the finals of the pitch competition. I would like to thank you so much to all our judges, those joining us virtually, to the judges here in the room. Thank you to all the finalists who stayed up late or woke up really early in the morning. So as mentioned earlier, the judges will have until 3:45 to finish the score sheets. And for your information, they were about to go into an undisclosed room to connect to the people joining virtually as well. And the winners of the Youth Summit will be announced during the award ceremony later today. So thank you so much again. We're going to have about a 5-minute break or so before we move to the case challenge presentations. So please, stand up, move around. We're going to keep playing some music, which I think it's like our vibe, right? So we'll see you soon. I requested this song. All right, everyone, if you can start making your way back. We're going to start the case challenge presentation soon, so settle in, shake it off, Taylor Swift style, or any other non-Western reference. Okay. Yes, okay, let's start. Please taking our seats. We are nearing sadly the end of the summit soon. But how many of you are going to come next year? For sure. Yes? Woo! Yes. And hopefully by next year we'll be able to have even more of you, because we have been part of the WhatsApp group with the delegates, and we're just so happy that you've been making all these really wonderful connections. So Amazing. And if you ever want to go to Ecuador, I won't be there because I live here. But if you need any advice or anything, I'm happy to give it to you. But yeah. All right. Yeah, they're ready? Okay, great. So now, first of all, I would like to introduce Jing. So everyone say hi to Jing.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Hello, come on, guys, come on. Yeah, there you go. Okay, Jing is a content co-lead and case challenge lead. So a lot of you that have been, secluded in the rooms all around the bank have been working on something that was masterminded by Jing, so Hunger Games style, but we decided to tone it way down for legal reasons. So Jing, what do you think about what's going on right now?
Thank you, Fernando. I think the best thing I say is you. You're so funny. You're such a really good moderators. Let's give applause to Fernando. Amazing job. It's my pleasure to be here. I just very excited to see the final presentation of the case challenge, and I hope you all enjoyed it. Just similar to the pitch competition, you can also vote using your phone or a website after each presentation.
Yeah, so we told you about the case challenge, and we kept saying, people in the case challenge, go to the back, go to the back. So a lot of people had questions about what the case challenge even was, those who were not part of it. So Jing is here to help answer that question.
Definitely. So the case challenge is the learning-based workshop that is content integrated within the Youth Summit platforms. So we invited about 200 delegates this year to come in among 1,000 applications to work on the real case. So they learn about the inclusive growth throughout our panel discussions, fireside chat. That is the time that they will implement those knowledge learned to the real life situations. So we give them 3 different cases so that they can choose one of them to work on and develop their own solution with the team.
Yeah, so just like in Mario Party, you choose the worlds. Tell us a little bit about the 3 cases that people worked on.
Yeah, so our 3 cases are revolving around the 3 sub-themes of the summit. The first one is the social inclusions. So we understand that there are lots of ethnic minorities in the mountain region, that they are highly dependent on the agricultural productions. But because of the climate change and all the other restrictions, they are facing lots of challenges in terms of improving the inclusive growth and the economic growth. So this is the first case for us to help them and provide the solutions to improve the social inclusion for those minority groups. And the second case we have is economic growth, economic inclusions, and the name of it is social protections for informal laborers or informal economy. This is a very interesting topic, especially during the pandemic. There are lots of informal laborers being impacted a lot by the restriction or quarantines. And for this sections, we are trying to provide solutions to include those informal sectors in the economic development. The last but certainly not the least is the environmental inclusion case. This is very relevant to our climate change, also the green transformations. This case is trying to enhance the inclusive growth and also to include the people who were being marginalized during the green transformation process. So those are the 3 cases that we provided to the delegates, and they selected one of them to provide solutions. Very excited to see their final presentations.
Right, so basically super easy issues to solve, so don't really know what you were doing in those rooms. These are really important issues to solve, so I'm really happy that you chose scenarios that are very much real, and we've talked about them in various sessions here, and we hope that you're leaving the summit with the tools and the knowledge to go at them. So after the many, hours and minutes in the rooms, how will the winner be determined?
Yeah, so as we mentioned, we already divided all the delegates into 7 different regional groups. Within each regional group, there are multiple teams. And this morning, they already presented their solutions within their regional team, where there is a jury panels. And then the jury panel already selected the winners of each regional team. They're very excited to be here. And that will be the 7 teams that's going to present for their final presentations today. So I'm very excited. And for after this, as we mentioned, mentioned, after each presentation, you are going to be the person who's going to decide the final winner. So please open your phone, your laptops, or anything that you can think of that can connect to Cvent and vote for the teams.
Your Motorola Razrs. So are the competitors all over the world?
Yeah, so they're from all over the world, and very excited to connect with them.
That's great. So we ready for their presentations? Come on. All right. So the first presentation comes from Sub-Saharan Africa, Group A. There's 2. And the presentation is between 5 to 7 minutes. So team, the floor is yours. Can you hear us? We can't hear you. Is anyone speaking? You can go ahead. Group A, Sub-Saharan Africa. That's the slide for SSAA. They're not here.
That's the second group. Maybe we can go for
Okay, so I think SSAA is keeping us in suspense. Sub-Saharan Africa B, are you ready to present? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Can you hear us? Okay, we got a thumbs up. Okay, so in that case, we're going to start with Sub-Saharan Africa Group B. So please, the virtual stage is yours.
Hello. Imagine a time when you were hungry. How did you feel? Now imagine that this is the reality for over 800 million people around the world who are food insecure. Now imagine that in Sub-Saharan Africa, you have 220 million people who lack access to food. This means that although they are like you sitting in the audience, when they wake up every day, they don't know when their next meal is coming for. Global food insecurity, that is people who are severely food insecure, has doubled in the past 2 years. If we are not feeding people, we are feeding conflict. This is a statement made by the UN Secretary General just last week. What does this mean? This means action. In comes CACO. CACO is an integrated approach to solving the world's global food crisis and climate crisis, utilizing energy, water, food nexus, and inclusion of women in food production. We solve the challenge of low agricultural production, decrease production, vulnerability to climate change, access to markets for people in Canada. We hope to achieve 3 things. We hope to solve food insecurity by setting up an energy, water, food nexus that is climate responsive, self-sustaining, and we are going to use farming cooperatives in Canam. We are going to increase income of farmers by establishing farmers, giving them access to farm-to-market routes. We are going to use solar-powered cold storage and food processing as an integrated approach. The last but not least thing we are going to do is that we are going to boost climate resilience for these vulnerable groups through introducing climate resilient crop varieties, such as millets, and farming techniques such as syntropic farming, and sharing climate change information through SMS. The people we are going to work with to make this possible are female farmers who form 47% of the labor force, but they are consistently not involved in the food production process due to patriarchy and gender norms. We are going to work with local cooperatives, the private sector, community leaders, and development partners like the World Bank, who just announced a $30 billion facility to solve the global food crisis. We're going to work with FAO, GIZ, and in terms of renewable energy, we're going to work with the International Renewable Energy Agency and C4All. Our approach is simple. We set up this energy, water, food nexus to solve food insecurity. We adopt women-led cluster farming, solar energy for irrigating community farms, and also for cold storage. And then we provide access to markets, and we introduce climate resilient crop varieties like millet that I've already told you about. We're going to provide climate education through SMS and market access that we're going to work with to make sure that the produce that we get is sold. How are we going to get money to make CACO possible? We are going to get initial capital from crowdfunding, which we are going to use. We're also going to talk to the groups like the World Bank so that they give us part of their $30 billion facility to solve the global food and climate crisis. We are going to pilot Kako so that you in the audience and will-be investors will see that our solution is efficient. And then once Kako starts generating profit, we will plow back this profit to make the project self-sustaining. We anticipate that we are going to face challenges, right? The people we are going to work with have a lack of expertise to maintain these irrigation facilities and the cold storage facilities we are going to introduce to them that's powered by solar. To mitigate this, we are going to train the community members in the installation and maintenance of solar irrigation and the cold storage facilities. We're also going to minimize the effect of lack of government support in agriculture by introducing private sector support, whilst also giving room for public-private partnership. We are going to ensure that Kako is adopted by using agricultural extension agents who already work with these farmers. So they are going to help us promote it, and we are going to set up pilot sites which give people room to see the efficacy of Kako. What are we going to measure? We are going to measure the increase in yield of crops, volume sold to generate income, and how this income is impacting on poverty alleviation. We are going to measure the decrease in post-harvest losses through our solar-powered cold storage, inclusion for minority groups. I already told you we are using women-led programs. We are going to increase awareness on climate change. We are going to measure the sustainability of the above key metrics to see what we are doing. Now, I remember when I was hungry. I know what I felt. You remember when you were hungry, what did you feel? To solve this, what steps are we going to take? In the first month, we are going to ensure stakeholder consultations in Canam because we are using a human-centered approach so that we can gain the community's input because we are building this for and with the people in Canam. We're also going to set a crowdfunding campaign on Kickstarter, which is going to give us funding and visibility. We hope that when we come back to you, you support our campaign. We are going to engage the private sector and development partners like the World Bank and GIZ. And then in the second month, we are going to deploy Canam on a pilot basis through a community farm as a pilot, where we grow nutritious and fast-growing crops like spinach. Spinach grows in only 4 to 6 weeks. So after that time, in our third month, we should harvest our first crop. This serves as our first crop cycle. We are going to evaluate the key success metrics, and then the learnings will be implemented towards the full-scale adoption of Kako. I told you about the SMS technology we want to implement because the most vulnerable people to climate change are the least informed. We utilize the power of SMS, which is a very simple technology, yet innovative, to educate community members about climate change and ways in which adaptation can be done. We are here to tell you that the global food and climate crisis is multifaceted. We don't need linear solutions. What we need are integrated solutions that target both the food crisis and the climate crisis through empowering women and telling them that they are able to be active players in food production. Now, wind down. Think again about a time when you were hungry. This is the reality for 800 million people in the world and 220 million people in sub-Saharan Africa. If you don't take action now, you may be the next person who may be hungry and there will be no food. We need to solve these crises now and we need to take action. Support Kako to make this possible for the people of Canam. Thank you very much.
Yay! Whoa! Okay, great. Yes, please. It's voting time. Hammer time. No, it's voting time. So please pull your phones out, laptops, iPad, any other type of device that you use, Kindle. But yeah, so go to the CVent browser and you should be able to vote. Yeah, so they're scoring each team based on a certain criteria? Is that what they're doing?
So you can vote from 1 to 5 based on their performance. Okay.
Perfect, awesome. And we're gonna give it 1 minute. Dun, 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 dun. That's an old school ringtone. And then next up, we're going to go to South Asia.
South Asia,
Okay,
yes.
So if you're the South Asia team, get ready. They're going later, I think. Time's up. Okay, I hope you got your votes in. Next up, we have Team South Asia. Are they ready to start?
I think so. Are you ready to
Yes.
start?
You're giving us a awesome. Okay,
Amazing.
the floor is yours. The timer starts now. We actually can't hear you if you're speaking.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Anita is a farmer from a remote village in Pau. With no electricity, the village relies on monsoon rains and distant rivers for irrigation and its livelihood. But access to affordable electricity remains out of her reach. Let's try and help her out. The challenges that our team is trying to solve is the high cost of the solar panels, lack of involvement of the local community, and the problems during installation and logistic issues. So the key stakeholders would be the development financial institutions, the government and the private sector, the financial institution for microcredits, private equity firms. Our vision is to create a self-reliant rural ecosystem through environmental, economic, and social inclusion. One of the major objectives is to make the solar panel more affordable to the beneficiaries, to improve access to electricity by using a mixture of energy mix, increase agriculture production and generating jobs, women empowerment and social inclusion, improve livelihood through environment inclusion, women inclusion, economic inclusion, which may reduce urban migration. This will incorporate into growing the local businesses and the SMEs. It will generate jobs and it will empower women in the local communities. Now I would like to give the floor to my colleagues, which will further my points more. Thank you.
So we've tried to apply a fairly straightforward approach to our strategy. Since the major issue lies on the economical viability of the solar panel project itself, we're trying our best to make it affordable to all the beneficiaries. So how do we do that? We're planning to use certain methods such as the subsidized solar panels and the pumping systems for irrigation with the help of the government, the DFIs, as well as the private sector. We're trying to make the projects as sustainable as possible by planning for ample revenue streams along the way. Arjit from my team will be elaborating this further. We will then run pilot projects in some selected areas of the country and then assess the effectiveness by setting up key success metrics. The major key success metrics will be return on investment, the number of jobs created, net carbon emission, and increase in agricultural production. So if the pilot projects actually deliver, then we will go on to proper implementation. If it works, we will be scaling up the operations and then try to implement the systems all over the country. While doing all of this, there are certain assumptions that we are basing this whole strategy upon. We are assuming that the communities don't already have access to electricity and that the government will actually provide support to all of our initiatives. Now, Arjit from my team will talk about the challenges and the mitigation plan.
So talking about the key challenges and the ways to mitigate them, I will quickly categorize the challenges into three buckets. First is the financial issues, second is the sustainability, and third is the supply chain. Now, these all challenges are related to the situational conditions in South Asia. Talking about the financial constraints, now solar panel projects can become very expensive for the government sector, private sector, even for the beneficiaries. Now, for making the project economical, we can go ahead with microcredits and subsidies that will be given to the beneficiaries. Moreover, in case the traditional large banks show hesitation in financing the development project, we can rely on soft loans from green banks, green bonds, and crowdfunding for offsetting the high costs. The model we are going to follow is the public-private partnership model, which will help ensure economic viability of the model. The project can also bring the net costs down by generating money through the carbon credits, by charging minimal tariffs to the beneficiaries, while also selling back the surplus electricity to the grid. Now, once we have generated revenue and we have seen the costs, financial incentives that we generate out of the revenues will be given to the women-led organizations in this sector, which are also the part of the plan, so that people like Anita can look forward to some real financial and social empowerment in their own local community. Moreover, on the sustainability front, we understand that a large amount of CO2 and a large amount of greenhouse gases will also be saved in the long term, which will lead to a net reduced climate footprint, again, in the long term. Sometimes the local communities may also tend to mismanage the solar panels. People in Anita's community may happen to damage or impact the solar panels. Now, this can be mitigated via participative investment of communities, plus the incentives given to the community for their positive behavior. Last but not the least, for supply chain issues, apart from assuming that we have a good supply of solar panels, we also seek support from the local communities and government authorities for logistics. Moreover, the technical training that will be imparted to the youth workforce of the local community will not only make them employable for our project, but will also provide them reskilling for any future job that they would like to take up. With that, over to Karthik for the next steps.
Thank you, Arti. Now, for the first 30 days of the project, we'll be focusing on conducting primary surveys and establishing baselines. This is the ground research that will go behind the entire project. Now, after that, we'll move on to identifying the project area and the communities that we'll be working with. It's also very important to keep the local administration in loop. So we'll be meeting with administrative officials, village bodies, and municipal bodies. Also, I think the most crucial aspect for the first 30 days would be to meet local representatives and key personnel from the community itself, and just to establish relationships with them and bring in their point of view towards the entire project. Now, over the 60-day period, we'll be working on drafting an implementation plan and identifying project partners. Now, partners would be specifically for implementation, technical details such as the carbon offset calculations that we need to do and their audits, and also training partners for the training centers that we plan on establishing. We'll also be working on securing funding for various loans, green bonds, and government incentives. Now, for the 90-day step, we'll be finalizing procurement, including logistics. We'll also be establishing the training centers and making sure that they're up to full working order so that the trainees from these centers can be used for implementation itself. And finally, we'll be working on conducting awareness campaigns within the community regarding upkeep and usage of the solar panels themselves. Through our project, we want to see mothers like Anita create a living for themselves and their families. We want to see more self-reliant women leading business. We want to create a self-reliant rural ecosystem through environmental, ecological, and social inclusion. We are Team South Asia 2, working on environmental. Thank you.
All right, time's up. Woo! Okay, great. You know the drill. Put your phones away and not vote. No, you have to put your phones out, vote. It's on your browser. Again, you don't have to use your phone. You can use other devices. And the scoring is from 1 to 5. East Asian Pacific, right? Yeah. And people online are voting too, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Wow. So, and online we have over 4,000 people. So, imagine. So.
That's just on CVent too, because it's also streaming live on World Live.
Yeah, so that's, and we expected about, well, I told you we had almost 250,000 watching, so look at you. You did it. You made it. All right, time is up. I hope you got your votes in. And Yeah, so we're announcing the next team, right?
Yeah, the next team, can I
Of
announce
course,
it?
of course.
The next team is East Asian Pacific, and they actually are here, come all the way back from their home country, so welcome!
Wow. They just landed, jet lagged and everything. Come.
Come, the floor is yours.
5 to 7 minutes, remember, and I will keep you to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the previous one.
There.
Yes, there we go, yeah.
All right. Hi, everyone. This is Team 1 from EAP, and we're going to present to you our proposal on social protection for informal economy. So before we begin, let me just introduce you to a persona called Yongbin. Yongbin is a 21-year-old with a high school degree who lives in a country called Farinda. And before COVID, he used to live paycheck by paycheck. Unfortunately, Yongbin lost his job during COVID-19, and partly this is because that the support he received from the government during the economic shock, like the pandemic, was not enough. In other words, Farinda's social protections are still very much weak. As the special advisor to the Minister of Finance, we task our team to assess the current situation in Farinda. Our team has identified 3 issues with Farinda's current social protection programs. The first challenge is that the existing social protection programs in Farinda are still very much fragmented. Government programs on direct cash transfers, on direct distribution of groceries and commodities to the citizen, tax reduction for MSMEs and informal workers during the economic shock are not well coordinated, and as if these programs are working in silos. Second, the people, especially those who should have received the benefits from these programs, like older generation, women, MSMEs, and young people, and informal workers, have extremely low awareness that social protection programs like this exist. So they cannot access the benefits because they did not know that these programs exist in the first place. The third issue that we identified is that in Farinda, we have uncovered that corruption is prevalent and omnipresent at the downstream, at the level where the benefits are distributed directly to the people. So despite Farinda's government's efforts to provide robust protection, often the people did not receive the benefits because the lower level government officials tend to corrupt these monies or benefits. And on top of that, Farinda is located in the East Asia and Pacific region. Just like its neighboring countries, Farinda's population is getting older. So this is our proposal. First, to address the fragmented social protection programs, we come up with a one-stop portal called BISA, where Farinda citizens can have and access all the information needed on which social protection programs they can access and take benefits of just by logging into this portal. Second, we'll roll out tailored campaign to increase the awareness of Farinda's citizen on the available social protection in the country. So this can be done through social media, advertisement on public transportation, television, and don't be surprised, radio, because believe it or not, a large chunk of Farinda's population still get their first information from radio. So third, to address corruption in the downstream, we will strengthen our distribution system by building better ICT infrastructure. So, and most importantly, we will adopt the distributed ledger technology to prevent corruption from happening. Through this approach, we seek to strengthen social protection for informal workers with a focus on women and youth as 2 vulnerable groups who are becoming more vulnerable during the pandemic, and increase more robust support for MSMEs. And we also seek to increase the awareness of the public on the available social protection programs that are available in Farinda and for its citizens. Now, how are we going to do this? My colleague, Lin Han, will explain to you.
Thanks. I'll introduce our strategy and stakeholder. Our approach and implementation include 4 aspects and 4 steps. The first one, we build a one-step portal where we simplify financing, we collect information and data. The second thing we do is to expand the cash transfer. We set up pension for the informal workers over a certain age. We also finance women's operating business, women's own business, and women's career. We also finance for the small and mid-sized enterprise. Third one, we hope to improve the financial health of those informal workers, specifically women, youth, tribal groups, and aging groups. We do it through the two main tactics. One is to promote the use of the existing digital facilities to help them use more for the financial health practice. And the second one is financial literacy. Specifically, we want to improve the saving behavior among those vulnerable groups. And the fourth step is to increase the education and skills. We do it by help the informal worker with their scaling, upskilling, and reskilling for new job. We also address the gender problem and promote equity. The key stakeholder of this action include Ministry of Finance, Ministry of National Development Planning in Farinda. Also, we have Multilateral Development Bank, and very importantly, media, to record the change that we are making. And then the private sector, NGOs, and very importantly, all the citizens in Farinda. Now my colleague Kazeya will introduce you our further steps.
Thank you so much, Linhen. Now going back to the financial and resources. So where will we get finance and resources to support this program? One is through government, through annual budget spending. Second is through the partnership between the public and private sector. One is through tech giants helping us make this project much more available to the public. Third is multilateral development bank and bilateral aid coming from donor countries and multilateral organizations. Now, to measure the success and sustainability of the BISA program, we will use the following key metrics. First is the World Bank indicators for SDGs, particularly focusing on SDG 1, 5, 8, 10, and 17. Next, we will be using quantifiable trackers to measure the percentage of women, youth, tribal groups, and other vulnerable communities that have been benefiting from the program. And so what's next? So our 60 to 90-day work plan will be initiated through the setup of the Project Management Office, which will be responsible in monitoring and tracking progress, as well as pushing the project in case if it lacks. Second is the setup of the one-stop portal and the data collection logistics. Third is running the pilot program, evaluating, identifying, and finalizing the program. And lastly, to address the lack of awareness, we'll be using a diverse source of media coverage by using both traditional and modern methods.
Time.
Ladies and gentlemen, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. You know I live in DC, there's no hiding if I'm sought after. Sorry about that, but I have to stick to the rules. So what happens next?
Next group is
Well,
Europe.
wait, hold on. What was it?
Voting, of course.
Okay.
They came
Making
all
sure
the way
you're
over
awake.
Here. So please take out your phone and vote for them.
Yes. You have 1 minute. Let me start the clock now. And to everyone online. And remember that we're going to close today with a concert. Dua Lipa will not be here. It'll be someone else. Someone even better, though, if I should say so, yeah. We can reveal. Oh, the Jeopardy music. Do, 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 do. Am I what? Singing? If I can give you my Venmo, if you can Venmo me some money. I take Bitcoin too. Okay, time is up. So, the next team from Europe and Central Asia, are you all ready? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Team Eka. Oh, we got it. Okay, great. Your time start. Well, can you speak so that I make sure it works?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Okay, it's working well. All right, your minute is go.
So a big hello to all those who've dialed in today from different parts of the globe. We are Team ECA, and the case that we'll be focusing on today is economic inclusion. So the problem at hand is being faced in a country by the name of Farinda in the European region. There's high poverty rate and an exacerbated social gap between men and women, which has only grown through the course of the pandemic due to a fragile social protection system in place. In order to solve this problem, we have key stakeholders in consideration, and this would include the government as well as the Ministry of Finance of Farinda, informal workers, as this is the most deeply impacted section, labor organizations as well as NGOs who have a strong role to play as far as the localization of solutions is concerned, foreign investors for directing foreign direct investments into our country, social security agencies for ensuring insurance covers, as well as private businesses for ushering employment. Now, when we speak of partners, we need to take into consideration examples of neighboring countries such as France and Germany, who've had great success as far as social protection is concerned. So not only would we be forging partnerships with them, but also learning from the examples which have been set by them. Now, coming to approach and implementation strategy, we as a team believe that the tallest of buildings start with a single brick. Keeping that in mind, we would like to prioritize short-term wins and then go about setting long-term goals. So in order to do that, we'll be focusing on devising policies which benefit businesses that have women in positions of power. And that would mean having women on the board of directors as well as managerial positions for equitable representation. There also needs to be a strong business and legal ecosystem in place so that the minimum wage aspect can be taken care of, protecting workers in times of uncertainty like the COVID-19 pandemic. We also need to have everyone connected and a level playing field. And this would mean having access to electricity as well as the internet for everyone, providing access to smartphones for large masses. We also have to leverage the power of social media, bringing in scalability and also ensuring that the message for access to these schemes grows pervasively across the country. And finally, engaging foreign investors through appropriate incentives. Now, there are also some considerations which need to be taken into account, and this would be on the financial side. There are irregular incomes in place when we speak of MSMEs, and this is something that needs to be tackled by ensuring there's coordination among the different stakeholders involved, such as the government, informal workers, as well as labor organizations. So we'll need to overcome challenges which are set up by activities which are corrupt in nature. Now, over to my colleague, Steve.
Okay, good evening, everyone from this side. And I am Steven speaking on the social protection for informal education. So right now, I'm going to be talking about the key success metrics and how social protection can be handled. And number one, we are going to devise a way to tackle poverty and inequality, leveling up every gender, both the male and the female, most especially include more women into the society, and also strengthen food security, strengthen the educational outcome, and promote gender inequality. And likewise, strengthen social inclusion and cohesion. And also, we are going to be talking about the objectives of this goal. And the main objective is to level up low-income individuals and households up to a high level, or if provincial, level them up to a balanced scale through the means of mandatory social insurance and social security benefits for guarantee levels and contributors, and also give them income security for and also assistance, assist the unemployed and the poor people, and also security for the elderly, whether disabled, short, small, not minding the race nor the tribe they come from. And also talking about the key factors, challenges, and risk mitigation. We're going to be talking about if you see on my screen, you will see an arrow indicating from the poor to the non-poor, informal, and the formal. So to help level up this social protection, we have to, on the poor side, we have to make a productive society safety net, including economical inclusion, and also make a fiscal incentive for the non-resilient combined with productive enhancement measures. Also, social insurance for workers in the formal economy, both pension, disability, debt, and also in unemployment. So, and on this stage, I would like to pass on to my colleague one day to talk more on this issue.
All right, thank you for the opportunity. So here are the several steps that we offer for the 60 and 90 days implementation. The first one, in order to get rid of gender pay gap, especially for the vulnerable community, we would like to run a pilot program around a select 3 states. And the second one, we would like to collect data and invite all the individuals from informal economy sector through creating a campaign over social media and invite them to the webinars. And the next one, after inviting all the vulnerable community, the next step will be connecting this community by providing them with smartphones and access to digital content. And the last step that we offer is approach foreign investors, especially countries from Europe, so that those countries will have the willingness to support Farinda's economic growth. That's all from our presentations, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you all. Please be generous when giving us those 5 pointers.
We did not.
5 points out of 100, you want?
All right, well, thank you very much for that presentation, a team of Europe and Central Asia. Now we are gonna vote, so please take your phones out. 1 minute is starting now. Time. Okay. Thank you so much for your voting. So next up, who do we have, Jing?
We will have Latin American and Caribbean, and now we also have she in person here.
All right.
The floor is yours, Floor.
I'll start when you start speaking.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Well, it's different perspective from here. It's a pleasure. First of all, thank you. It's great to be representing Latin America here, and yes, and my family as well. Well, the problem, we are talking about the country called Kalman, and the problem in the country is very related to, I think, most of the countries here represented are undeveloped. So the government doesn't have a lot of will to implement projects. Community has a very straight time because they have many different worries. So it's not one problem we are trying to solve here, and it's a really complex issue. And also, there is a lot of resistance of the population when we try to talk about science and different innovative approaches, especially when we are related to agriculture, because people have lack of education and everything. And then said that this is the scenario. It's a small region in a mountain, and people are really struggling. They are low incomers, and they need to find a solution for their agricultural problems. And what we are trying to do is to combine the power of science with the traditional knowledge of population, especially for the tribal and the woman-leading farmers. And to do that, we have thinking about a lot of strategies and approaches. There are 3 main ways. The first one is social, environmental, and economical. But to implement any of these, we must first think that this is not a one-size-fits-all solution. So we have to work together with the community, and then we have to find the solutions that they think are the most valuable for them, and together build a joint project. So to do that, we are, first of all, trying to do, sorry, it's hard to see from here, okay. We will be holding workshops inside the territories, so people there, they feel comfortable to talk about. It's easier to talk when we are in your home, talking about what you're feeling and what you think is important for you. So with those workshops, we intend to have the governmental representatives and also NGOs, international organizations inside, seeing what's going on. Afterwards, together, we intend to build productive backyards and agroecological plantations, like based on sustainable solutions, maybe using smart seeds and everything we have available, thinking an agroecological approach. So we have to think about the future. And it's also important for us to value traditional experience. So for that, we will be financing different kinds of crops, more related to pharmaceuticals and using the experience like oils, essentials, and everything that may be not so valued for the community and at the moment. And also thinking about economical issues, we're going to use young people. I mean, we must talk about us, and we must be part of the solution. So for that, young people will be stimulated to stay in their lands while receiving a better financing to acquire lands, and to stay there with the family, so they don't have to go to city, like look for a different job. I mean, agriculture, it's very important if we're talking about the future. So young people must be there as well. And we are financing also scholarships, so they can study and think about more sustainable ways to grow the crops. And we are considering the diversity inclusion through all the process. So from hiring the staff team that will be working, we need a staff team that is diverse and inclusive, until having local people that are together through the whole project cycle. So we are sure that we are having the most sides of the story, and we can find a better solution. And some of key metrics, we have to be transparent, accountable, trying to elaborate a climate mitigation index, and to build a level of trust related to the community, related to government, and also to, for example, the World Bank. Now, if you go just yourself in the World Bank and enter in a territory, normally people won't see you. I mean, what are you doing here? Don't know us. So it's important to build trust and to hold it accountable. We're gonna make a social cartography online that's very easy. No, well, that's not very heavy for people who don't have access to cell phone, like fancy mobiles. And said that, I have been working that personally in my job at Fiocruz, that's in Brazil, and we have social cartographies where people can actually see what's going on in their territory and talk about that, and try to come up with solutions. We have apps developed already, and that would be the idea. Next steps, we're going to hire the staff, promote the workshops, and active the community so they can take part of it, and they can be part of the process. So then we can, after 3 months, the idea is to prepare the land to receive these new seeds, and to try to work as fast as possible, because people are hungry and they need a fast solution, so it cannot wait very long. And after the 3 months, when the seeds are ready to already planted, we also try to create a communication campaign that are inclusive, so talk less scientific and more popular, so people can also engage. And the last thing is, after analyze the first pilot, we expect to give another round with different communities, but just then having the good practices already settled, and then do something bigger. Well, that's it. And thank you very much for the opportunity, and hope we can work together someday.
Good. Yes. Good job, Flora. Yeah. So, one extra hand. Yeah. Come on. Let's go. Woo, 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 woo. So, and for those online, people are not biased because they're here. Because again, there's thousands of you voting online as well. So again, you have 1 minute to cast your votes. So the minute. Hold on. The minute starts now. Time. Okay, great. So we have who's our next team, Jane?
Next team is Middle East and North Africa.
Anybody else? No, anybody here from Middle East or Northern Africa in the room? Middle East, Northern Africa represented? Yes. Woo! Okay, great. Is the team ready? Give me a thumbs up.
Yes, we are ready.
Okay, great. So your time starts now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Raymond, and we are representing MENA. So imagine an area where the people are most marginalized. Those are the rural areas. And as we know, energy is very important for our everyday lifestyle and livelihood. And it is best provided in the form of electricity. Unfortunately, the people in the rural areas of Muraza do not have access to electricity. And from the context of the Middle East and Northern Africa, where there is an abundance of sunlight and access and opportunity to tap into solar energy, we are presented with this opportunity to give them access to solar power. Now, energy is very important for our everyday lifestyle. And actually, it is the reason we are gathering here right now, because we can afford the electricity that we need to share information as we are right now. Unfortunately, the people in the rural Moranza are cut off, to say the least, from access to information, from access to water supply and education, because they lack the electricity that is needed to facilitate these activities. So from our problem statement and from our challenge, we seek to address the issue of electricity supply by providing an alternative source of energy in the form of solar power, which is a sustainable form of energy. We also want to integrate the supply of energy into livelihood activities of the communities in rural areas by targeting areas like agriculture, water supply, and education, among others. In doing this, we support the aspect of inclusion, where ideas are obtained and will come from the community as to which parts of their livelihood need this energy the most. Finally, we envision that electricity supply will support the growth of small and medium enterprises in rural areas, especially among women groups. We know that women have different roles to men in rural communities and in households. And so their activities like collecting water will be improved, and also using this energy for activities like cooking will be enhanced, as well as access to information through education. So these are our objectives to ensure that we provide a clean and climate-friendly power source, and that the power that we provide is affordable by the rural communities. So in providing this energy, we opted to work with stakeholders, first and foremost with the rural community, who will be the key stakeholders as they are the consumers of the energy, and also with the Republic of Murasa, or the government and local government, who are, let's say, the moderators who want to provide this service and ensure economic growth in the rural areas. And since we need financing, we shall work with financial institutions like the World Bank, and also local and international financial institutions. The key challenges that we envisage include resistance to uptake of solar, since it is a relatively new power option or option for energy, and lack of awareness in the current technology trends. And we opted to address these challenges by introducing penalties, let's say, to the use of biomass energy, since we have an alternative energy source available. So we envisage that we should reduce on the use of biomass, and also educate the masses, educate the rural population on the importance of using clean energy, both for their livelihood and for their well-being. I'd like now to hand over to Onekai to take us through the next session.
All right, good day, everyone. I'll be taking you through the final part of the presentation. So in this case, for our approach and implementation strategy, we first looked at the infrastructure. So the infrastructure we selected for Moraza will be a solar PV grid-tied power plant, which will actually be used because if we have independent solar home system, will be feeding in the grid with different systems which might upset the grid. And also we made it grid tied so that we eliminate the need for battery storage, which will further increase our project costs. In terms of the implementation strategy, we looked at ensuring that the regular community participates during the whole project life cycle. Since we are designing a solution for a community, we need to hear from them so that we design something they want, not ending up having a white elephant in Moraza. The second issue we looked at was the use of local contractors, particularly those led by minority groups. So to ensure that there is inclusion, instead of bringing in contractors from outside, we opted to actually doing a skills audit in Moraza and see the available skills which we have in the community and utilize those first before outsourcing, and also ensuring that the skills we are using at least have 50% women, 50% youth, and not only having them in the lower level posts, but also in key decision-making posts. The next implementation strategy is to ensure that we undertake a life cycle approach in the project planning, implementation, and monitoring so that there is transparency and also that the infrastructure is resilient and sustainable. The last aspect was to ensure that the power plant is self-sustaining. So in this aspect, we ensure that we'll introduce a subsidized tariff. We know that solar PV power plants have a life cycle of about 25 years. So after we have installed the plant, we will have costs for battery replacements if we have batteries, and also inverter replacements after about 18 years. So if we have a tariff, then we'll use that money to actually buy equipment we'll need to replace across the life cycle of the project. For our financial and resource considerations, given that we have high technology costs, we decided that we'll look for low interest rate loans. And also in addition to that, we will ensure, given that Moraza is developing its urban cities at the expense of the rural population, we will pause a bill.
Time. Sorry.
Oh.
I'm losing a lot of respect from people, but.
So should I stop or should I wrap up?
No, time is up. I'm so sorry. I won't share my socials with you. Yeah, thank you. Let's give a hand. Come on. Here we go. Okay, and then can we have some thinking music? DJ Ryan? Okay, we have 1 minute. Voting is open. Operators are. All right, so we have, last but not least, the team that kept us in suspense. They said, no, you're not want to hear about us. But they're finally here. Team from Sub-Saharan Africa, Group A. Let's give them a hand. Last but not least. Okay. Is the team ready? Can I get a thumbs up? Or can you speak? Can you hear us? Can you speak?
Yes, I can.
I think the audio might be a bit delayed. Can you please speak? Can you please speak into the microphone?
Hello, everyone. Good evening.
Okay, yeah, I think it's working now.
Wonderful.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, the floor is yours. Time is starting. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My name is Fumilaya from Nigeria. Yes. Rural communities around the world are usually marginalized by the government and other regulatory bodies. So that was why my team decided to work on inclusive growth for ethnic minorities under social inclusion. So the problems and challenges we intend to solve is the problem of lack of productive infrastructural facilities and the problem of marginalization, the problem of discrimination against the less privileged, and the problem of poor access to markets. Then the key stakeholders that are going to allow this challenge to be feasible, the Ministry of Agriculture, the local community leaders of Calcom, then the Apex Bank of the city, which is the central bank of Calno, then international financial institutions such as the World Bank. Then we have local NGOs that are into helping the marginalized people in such areas. Then lastly, we have the target group, which include the youth and women at the grassroots level, then the primary producers, which are the farmers. Then the vision of this exercise is to actually transform Kanam into a developed and sustainable city with equal opportunities to the whole population, regardless of gender, regardless of their disability or their ethnic group or their culture or whatever. Then the goals and objectives include to create a sustainable plan to ensure inclusive growth for everybody. Then the goal is also to improve the standard of living of the ethnic minorities in the Kanam area. Then to create a sustainable plan to mitigate and check unfavorable climate change and increase agricultural production in that area. Then the approach and implementation strategy we intend to take. Then we intend to build the capacity of stakeholders, affected stakeholders. Then we intend to check the accountability systems. Then accountability systems should be put in place to manage the leadership in the agricultural sector of Kanam. Then we also want to use the leave no one behind approach, where everybody within Kanam is carried along, whether you have disability, whether you're a woman or a youth. We carry everybody along. We sensitize them, we train them, and empower them. Then we intend to also take the bottom-top approach. That means with the task leader would go to the grassroots level to actually carry out needs assessment survey or carry out a field survey to actually know the problems and the felt needs of the people in this particular region. Then the key challenges and risk mitigation plan. The challenges at times is when there's a change in power, when another government takes over, the policies and the programs changes. The previous policy would change. The new government would, impose another policy. Sorry, my network went out, so I'll just continue with my phone. Okay. It's all done. Okay. Sorry, I'm having issues with my network. If you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Umi, we can hear you. Continue.
Does any other team member want to continue?
Can you hear me now, please? Sorry. I
Yes.
had network issues. Thank you very much. Okay, sorry.
Cool.
I was trying to emphasize on the challenges and the risk mitigation plan. So I was trying to explain that once a government, once another government takes over, the previous policy and programs, they eradicate it and introduce a new ones. That shouldn't happen because it actually scatters whatever plan it is or whatever progress the community has been having, like discontinuity of programs and policies due to change in government and regulatory bodies. Then another challenge we want to solve is natural disaster in Kaunam. We have strategies set aside to be able to fix these natural disasters. Then poor access to market. Poor access to market. We intend to actually connect the primary producer to the end user. Like we intend to connect every actor in the agricultural value chain. Okay. We intend to connect every actor in the agricultural value chain to the farmer, then to the end user, which is the consumer. Then poor gender inclusion. We want to look at poor gender inclusion. We want to look at how we can help people that are discriminated, like people with disabilities that are discriminated and marginalized people. Then risk mitigation plan. So to check climate. Okay, I'll just stick to my phone. We intend to construct a drainage system for this community to be able to check flood and erosion. Then sensitization on natural disaster, sensitization on gender equality, then educating people on the effect of climate change and environmental pollution. Then we also want to have a land plan use so that to be able to mitigate farmers on where to plant and where not to plant. To know the risk-prone areas of agriculture. Then financial and resource concentration. Allocation of budget to the agricultural sector by the government should be made available. Then intervention of international bodies should also be done. Then there should be fair distribution of agricultural resources. Then subsidized cost of farm inputs. Subsidized cost of farm inputs should be given to farmers. Then grants should also be given to small-scale farmers. Then fair distribution of agricultural resources, subsidized cost of farm inputs. Then the government should ensure to provide a conducive environment for investors and international organizations that intend to intervene. Then the key success metrics. Then we also have the reduction in the level of poverty by the end of the task. Okay. Then we also intend to have increased agricultural productivity. Then governmental recognition, because according to the comprehension, we understand that these people are relegated by the government. So we intend for the government to actually recognize this community. Then we also want to improve education, quality of education.
I'm so sorry, we ran out of time.
Okay.
But I did give more time due to the connectivity issues. No, we ran out of time. I'm so sorry. But we heard her, right? Come on. Woo. Yes.
Thank you.
Good job. Great job. Great job. Great job. Awesome. Okay, so then we have 1 minute. The voting is open, so please cast your votes. All right, that's time. Here we go. Wow. So again, let me remind you, it was not only you that voted. People all over the world online participated as well, and we had amazing teams that connected virtually. So it's really great to know that we can connect even though we're not physically in the same place. So yeah, we're waiting. Yeah. So PricewaterhouseCoopers, you know the team that messed up the Oscars a few years back? They are taking care of this. They were demoted from the Oscars to this. Or promoted. It's all about perspective. It's all about perspective. Yeah, so. How about that food though? Did you guys like the food? Yeah? Woo, woo. No, a little A little discouraging of an applause. I chose the healthy one. I don't know. It's up to you to decide. The results are in. Wow.
Are you excited to know who's the winner? Yeah! Okay, so do you want to announce the third place?
This is the winner. I see.
Yes, this is the
I
winner.
don't want to Miss Universe, Philippines, Colombia situation. No. Okay. So in third place, Sub-Saharan Africa Group A. So let's give it a hand. Woo! Congratulations. Do you want to announce number 2?
Okay, so number 2 is Sub-Saharan Africa Group B. As they say, Group B is really killing it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you
Am
want
I
to
announcing it? Okay.
Yeah, you have to
But I need you to stomp with your feet, all right? And the winner is East Asian Pacific. Come on down for a picture. Come on down. Great. So I think we're done, right?
Yeah, we have
Okay.
final.
Yeah. Come.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. It's okay. Come on down. Oh, fantastic, yeah.
Okay. So they won. What's next? What's their winning prize? Do you want to know what's the winning prize?
Yes.
So we actually have 3 for the first prize. The first one is they're gonna publish a blog at a World Bank website.
Yes.
Yay! The second prize is they can access to a career development platform called Network Capitals with 1-year subscriptions and cohort-based courses.
Yes.
Congratulations. And third winning prize is that we will help you connect with mentors within the IMF, World Bank, and the UN, just to help you navigate through your career here.
Yes. So that's what the top team got?
Yes, that's
Wow.
for the first prize. For the second and third prize, you also got the Network Capitals subscriptions and also the blog, to publish a blog at World Bank website.
That is great.
And you also got the prize of honor to publish in your social medias or LinkedIn. That's a very nice experience. Congratulations all.
Congratulations. I think we're done, right?
I just wanted to have a final, very short speech. Just wanted to congratulations to all the winners, regional winners, and Case Challenge delegates to your fantastic performance this year. You've shown your dedications, your passion, and your understandings of the inclusive growth through the lens of economic, environment, and social inclusions. Please also continue to bring your critical thinking and innovative guidance and solutions to real case challenge in the real life and to do some change to your own community. So go for it, change makers, and to all the case challenge, all the youth summits delegates, congratulations to you all, and thank you so much for listening.
Yay. Thank you. And thanks to Jane for organizing such a great activity, right? Yeah, amazing. Okay, so we're gonna give you a 10-minute break. Don't go far. When you return, you will be here in the winning team of the pitch competition. We started in January, now we're here in May. It's been a long journey, but we're about to announce who won. Yes, but before that, we also want to announce some winners. As I mentioned, we have people that are joining us from all over the world. So first, we have a competition of people who are most active on WB Live. So if you've ever tuned into a World Bank event, you know that it's streamed on this platform called WB Live. Check it out. There's lots of really great content there. As a matter of fact, a lot of the sessions that were streamed are going to be recorded there, so you can go back and watch those. So we have, let's see. So yeah, so we identify actually the top 2 people in the English and French channel. So congratulations to Bika Mumpaka Joseph. Don't kill me if I'm not. I usually ask people for, but they're online, so I cannot. And Kwamo Kwanduojo. Okay, Gabriel Carter. So let's give it up. Yes, great. And then we also have, we did some, was it lottery as well for, no, it was the most active. Yes, okay. So the top most active people on CVent, you know that scoring that I kept bringing up. So those are the top 10 most active users of the platform. They made a lot of comments, they post questions, etc. So they're gonna get also the subscription that Jing mentioned, where there's a lot of, it's just a lot of things that you can get out of that subscription. And we also have top 10 in-person participants. This one was a lottery, I have to say. Because truly, I mean, everyone was so engaged and so participative the entire time. So it's very difficult to measure, you know, who the most active were. Truly, you know, we had to choose 10 because it's limited, but you all deserve it. So yeah, congratulations, and we will be emailing you the details regarding the subscription. So I think with that, I think we're ready for a break, right? Yeah, if you want a photo taken with your name behind it, please go ahead. If not, stretch your legs, stretch your arms, and we'll be back for the award ceremony and some closing remarks from a Vice President for Human Development for the World Bank. So thank you.
Time has come. We're finally ready. Thank you everyone for the wait. If you all could just have your seats, we'll begin. Okay, so before I announce the winners, I would love to bring up the entire pitch competition team. So Arvin, get up here. Akriti, Peishi, Julieta, come on, let's go. This is a team effort. Okay, yeah, I just want to say before we announce the winners that really could not have done this without everyone here. We've been working on this, again, for the last 6 months. We received over 1,000 applications. We went through 4 rounds of reviews. I think Arvin and I reviewed like 200 each at some point, like really, really extensive work that's been done behind the scenes. So if we could all just give a round of applause for all of the work. So we're going to first announce the audience pick. So again, this is based off of your votes and your polls. So thank you online and thank you all in person for voting. And so the winner is, if we could just do a drum roll. The winner is Emmanuel from Gas 360. Audience People's Choice is the winner. Woohoo! And so if we could have Emmanuel, I don't know if you could unmute yourself. Woohoo! Yeah! Emmanuel! Loving the energy. So 30 seconds, Emmanuel, if you want to say any remarks.
I just want to take it in. I mean, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, this is really, really good. To everyone, thank you. Thank you. And thank you. I mean, I'm short of words. Thanks so much. Nigeria in the house. West Africa in the house. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Yep. Awesome. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. This was really great. And so next we're going to go to the jury member winners. And yes, that's plural because we decided to have 2 today. So we're going to have first place and second place. Upon reflection on just the overall pitches, we really wanted to honor more than just one person. And so we're going to start with the second place, the jury runner up. So if you could drum roll again. Priol from Stand We Speak! Awesome, Priol, big congratulations. We're so excited. If you could say a couple words, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just think that this is not just a win for us at Stand We Speak, but this is a win for all the thousands and millions of people who have suffered over the years. And thank you so much, jury members, for not only recognizing, but also validating the importance of promoting bodily autonomy amongst youth. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Priol. Thank you so much. Okay, so now this is the big one. This is the jury first place pick. And I think we all know the answer, so we're going to collectively say it together. Okay, drum roll, please. Woo! Okay, 1, 2, 3. Stanley from Line A! Amazing pitch. I'm going to speak to give you a moment, but the energy in this room when you were pitching was, you could feel it. You could feel it. And that's such a powerful connection. That's such a powerful connection. I remember during our feedback session, we talked about the power of drawing and really inserting yourself and inserting your story and your voice. And you could see that interspersed throughout your entire pitch. So this is really, you're pitching virtually, but you've had such an amazing connection with us in the crowd, like thousands upon thousands of miles away. That's a testament to your voice and your truth and your solution. So another round of applause. Woo! Stanley, the floor is yours.
I'm sorry. I like Emmanuel, I have to take this in. Like, wow. This is amazing. First of all, I would love to thank the whole World Bank Summit team for making this possible. The training session we had, thanks to Charles from the previous year, that helped me with carving the story, and thanks to the workshop we had, because it really did help in the way I narrowed down my presentation. I want to thank my team because they believed in me first, like this crazy young guy with a crazy idea. And finally, I want to tell every young person out there, if you have a dream, go for it. Yeah, there's nothing not possible. We just have to put in the work, the passion and sweat. This means a lot to me. I really don't even have the words to put in, but I really appreciate everyone. I appreciate the jury. Thank you so much for believing in the work we are doing. And thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Stanley. Thank you so much. And so, of course, we're going to be in touch about the prizes. So we're going to be providing various sort of in-kind support around really business growth, various sort of workshops and sessions, and one of which is actually with GW, one of our partners here. So GW provided pitch coaching sessions for all the finalists. And for Stanley, we'll be providing admission into their Lean Startup Bootcamp. So the support is going to continue, and let's just give another round of applause. Like, this is truly amazing. And so, thank you. Let's. You want to take a picture? Oh, we're good. Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you, guys. One more thing. Before we wrap up, I realize that we still have our jury members here, so I don't know if Florence or Che, or I know I'm putting you guys on the spot. Jim, you want to say a couple words? Just wanted to give that space to you all. Would be great to have you. Thank you. Woo!
I just want to thank is this on? I just want to thank the World Bank for putting this together. It's so inspirational to see all of the pictures as well as all the delegates in the audience. Thank you very much, team. Thank you to everyone here. And it's really inspiring. I'm looking forward to having Stanley in our boot camp as well. So thank you.
Okay. Wow. That was super inspirational, and honestly, just hearing everyone here, just when you come up to the mic and you've been engaging online and everything, I think so many people have an idea like Stanley's, and yeah, I mean, so just keep going at it. Even if you didn't, even the finalists who didn't win, you still made it so far. So keep working, and yeah. So congratulations to everyone. So now, before we have our closing, before we have this concert that we've been hyping up so much, please stay for that. We have closing remarks that are going to be delivered by Ms. Mamta Murthi, Vice President for Human Development from the World Bank Group, and that's going to be virtual. So whoever's in charge, if we can please play the video. One moment. Yeah, she couldn't be here with us, but.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. It's my great pleasure to join you for the closing of the 2022 World Bank Youth Summit. It's really energizing to know that so many of you have been attending the summit this year. These discussions over the past few days of the many challenges faced by communities around the world and the role that you can play in addressing them perfectly demonstrate how youth can be drivers of change. As you know, I lead the practice group that covers issues of health, education, social protection, jobs, and gender. And we have been focusing a lot of our efforts to better understand the many impacts that COVID has had on people throughout the life cycle. At the World Bank, in my practice group, we have been examining what has happened in the world since 2020 as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And what we know is that this pandemic, which is not yet over, has dealt a severe blow to families and children worldwide. And this is probably the most severe blow in living memory. Millions of lives were lost directly due to the disease, and people around the world suffered unprecedented setbacks, whether we're talking about health, whether we're talking about education, livelihoods, a sense of security, And all of these have profound implications for their future. COVID-19 has reversed not only years of progress in global development, it's also exacerbated underlying inequalities. Young people, such as yourselves, all around the world have been particularly badly hit. And I want to say a few words about 3 areas specifically. First of all, let me talk about jobs. At the World Bank, we will soon be publishing our flagship report on human capital and COVID, in which we will present new data which shows that COVID-19 has had a disproportionate impact on youth employment and wages. This is worrying because youth unemployment can have scarring effects which last for many years. We also know that many women have withdrawn from the labor market to look after sick family members. Therefore, creating jobs for a fast-growing, youthful workforce is one of the most significant challenges globally. Just to put a number on it, 3.7 million people will enter the workforce every month globally from now to 2030. That's a very large number of jobs that will need to be created for them to be productively employed. Now, we also know that it's underemployment rather than unemployment, which is a big challenge for young workers. Informal employment with no access to social security or to the many protections afforded to workers under the law is particularly high amongst young people. So it's not just creating more jobs that is needed, but it's also creating more better jobs, which provide productive and stable and well-paying conditions. I also want to say that stark inequalities within countries continue to persist. And women, young people, and those in rural areas are often left behind. And that's why, more than ever, this is the moment when the international community as a whole needs to strengthen its response on youth unemployment. At the World Bank, we are trying to do our bit. We have a large portfolio of over 150 operations, totaling to around $17 billion. This covers investments, it covers analytical work, and more than half of these operations are in Africa, and more than 3/4 of these operations focus on young women. Of course, a lot more needs to be done than what we can do alone, and that's why we work very closely with the private sector to understand where the new jobs are going to arise and what kinds of skills are needed so that the training and other support can be tailored to the needs of the private sector. We also know that we need to work with young people themselves in finding solutions. And therefore, the Solutions for Youth Employment Program, S4YE, is one of the things that we have created, and it's an example of such an approach. Finally, we must also look at the rapidly transforming world of technology for new solutions, because technology can help to level the playing field and push the inclusion agenda, something that many of you at the summit have also emphasized. I want to now speak about a second issue, which is education and learning losses. We know that school closures all over the world have resulted in significant losses in learning. And most of this impact has been felt by children and youth, especially young children. And this is going to lead to huge intergenerational inequality. It's also going to lead to an increase in learning poverty. And by learning poverty, we mean the share of children who cannot read and understand a simple text by the age of 10. We estimate that learning poverty it will rise significantly because of COVID-19, and an additional 7 million students will drop out of school. What this will do is it will widen already existing inequalities in education, because the effects of being out of school or dropping out of school are far more significant for children from low-income households, children with disabilities, children from marginalized or vulnerable populations. That's why going forward, we are emphasizing that reopening schools and keeping them open is a top priority, in order to get students back into school and reverse learning losses. In addition, there's a huge need to increase the efficiency of learning, and this can include through developing digital learning opportunities for all students, nutrition, reinforcing the role that families and communities play in children's learning, ensuring teachers have the support that they need to support students, and of course, increasing the share of education in the national budget, as well as making education spending more efficient. Finally, let me raise a third issue, and that's mental health. Curfews, closures, and lockdowns during the pandemic have taken their toll on the emotional well-being of everyone, and especially the emotional well-being of young people. There are numerous studies that have observed sharp increases in the rates of depression, in anxiety, in loneliness, and even in suicide attempts. And we know that mental illness is particularly difficult to assess in young people, and that means that reported cases of mental health problems amongst young people are probably underestimated. We also know that family violence has increased, and this compounds children's mental illnesses. The closure of schools has also caused its own problems beyond learning, because schools are often a refuge from family dramas and other feuds and offer a sense of community. In addition, LGBT+ youth and female youth have reported greater levels of poor mental health. Emotional abuse by a parent or a caregiver and attempted suicide by friends and peers also has an impact on young people. Many students have also faced racism and exclusion. Essential services, especially important for adolescents and young adults, have also been disrupted. We're well aware, for example, that sexual and reproductive health services have been disrupted. This means that going forward, it's very important that global recovery takes into account all these factors and is made more equitable, more sustainable, and more inclusive. That's why President Malpass underlined at the outset of the summit that our collective response to poverty, to climate change, and to inequality will be the defining choices of our age. Now, all of this, whether we're referring to jobs, whether we're referring to education, or whether we're referring to mental health, is made more challenging by the multiple overlapping crises that are now stretching government resources extremely thin. As food prices soar because of the war in Ukraine and the pandemic continues to hurt health systems, we know that billions of people in low and middle income countries will continue to be at risk. For example, at this very moment, more than 14 million people are on the brink of starvation in the Horn of Africa, according to IRC. And that's why I want to take a minute to say something very personal to all of you, because your generation is quite unique in that you've been growing up with very daunting challenges wherever you live, whether it's from severe recessions or whether it's from increased violence or poverty or inequality or the impact of climate change and, of course, the impact of the global pandemic. You've also witnessed the development of very powerful social and racial justice movements in a world that has been marked by polarized politics and increasingly polarized societies. But you're also probably the most connected and educated generation so far, born in a world of technological advances and growing up with social media, which with all its drawbacks also allows for further activism. It allows for sharing of ideas. It allows for the creating of new conversations, the increasing of awareness, and the ability for you to express yourselves across borders. I would also say that you are certainly the most diverse and inclusive generation, supporting people of all races, ethnicities, sexual or gender orientations, and you yourselves are more open about your gender identity and expression. I would say you're also more committed to racial equality and understanding, and you're more empathetic. And that's why I'm extremely hopeful that you can bring many answers to the questions that have been raised. You can bring many solutions to the problems that the world faces. And so I want to thank you for being a part of this Youth Summit. I also want to thank the Youth Summit Steering Committee members for bringing everyone together, especially the partners, the volunteers, and all the participants for their fantastic energy, and also for being agents of change in your communities and your countries, and for helping make this event a success. To my mind, this event is a perfect example of how bringing together different profiles of people and being inclusive can result in astonishing conversations and astonishing results. In closing, and I believe you have heard already from others in your group, and you've heard from President Malpass and from our Managing Director, Axel von Trotzenberg, I'd like to reiterate that at the World Bank, we support youth engagement globally, whether it's through events such as this one, whether through regional or local events, whether it's the work that we do through our analysis, our diagnostics, and our lending activities. As the World Bank, we are very happy to engage with young people. And we hope that an event such as this one is just the first step, or one in many first steps in helping to improve the world to achieve better social, economic, and environmental inclusion. I'd like to say to you, keep engaging, keep collaborating, and most importantly, never stay silent about the things that really matter. Remember the collective power that you have, that you hold in your generation's activism, and the message that you can carry with you all over the world. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right, amazing. So with those closing remarks, I just want to say, we put you all together here and online to talk about solutions, right? We know that we have so many challenges ahead of us. We know that we need to take action. And all of you, by showing up, by connecting, we're learning. We know everything that's going on, and we're getting inspired. So my wish is that you come out of here not only with new friends that I know you already have made in the past 2 days, but also just passionate about what you're going to do after you leave, after you go back to your countries, to your organizations, etc. That being said, I would love to give just like maybe 2 to 3 people the opportunity to tell us, if there's something that you want to mention to the world that they're watching, something that you maybe got out of the summit that you want to take back to your countries, etc. So I want to open the mic up for just like a few minutes or so. Christiana, yeah. You can go to the mic if you'd like, yeah. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Hi, everyone. Hi.
Hi.
Okay. My name is Christiana from Nigeria, as you all know. So I'm just gonna sort of bring a hashtag from Nigeria and, as like my final say. And I want to say to everyone listening to me that this is the Sorosuke generation, right? This is the generation that rebuilds. This is the generation that the generation before and the generation after is literally counting on. You can hear from, the closing remarks, everybody, we have the voices, we have the brain, we have the innovators, we have the academics, we have the entrepreneurs. This is the generation that has raised more money than ever. Go and check the data on very innovative climate sustainability solutions. What I am saying exactly to everyone listening to me is that we are counting on you. I am counting on you. Everyone is counting on you. So go on, do that project. Go on with those collaborations, which is going to be very important in this generation. Go on with those ideas and everything that you have, because we are literally counting on you. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. This is Fatoumata from Côte d'Ivoire. Over the past few days, we had the opportunity to learn great insight from the panelists, and we have been said as young people to take action, to go on the ground and reach out to those marginalized communities in order to make a change. I would like to say about that, we are trying, we go on the ground. Now, what we are expecting and what we are looking for is to be given the adequate tool. And by adequate tools, I'm talking about having technical support, having financing support, because on the ground, it's very hard for young entrepreneurs to be able to compete with already established multinationals. It's hard for young entrepreneurs to request for commercial financing, even help for government financing. So my call is to everyone, if after this summit, we are able to impact decision makers, the World Bank, which is the big institution, the other institution, to advocate for young people, young entrepreneurs, local entrepreneurs on the ground. We are actually trying to make an actual change. They need that additional support from everyone. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm sorry, after Fed, we have to close it. Sorry, but we have the networking, so you could chat then. But yeah, go ahead.
This is one word for everyone who is online and everyone who is here and everyone who will see this later. Listen. As youth, we're ready to shout out what we want to say. We want everyone to listen to us, but when are we ready to listen to each other? When are we ready to listen to someone who needs help? Because now I'm being hosted by a fellow Mexican. When are we ready to listen to our biases when we go into our media and just post anything? So listen to the people around you, listen to the data that we're being shown, listen to the advice of the mentors that we have. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Amazing. Thank you so much. So what a great note to end on. But I really would be remiss if I didn't mention the extraordinary effort of the Youth Summit organizing committee. You know, this was not an easy task. We're all volunteers that have been working for many months, and we had people who were part of the team. It's about 21 of us, going from communications to the food that you've been getting to securing speakers, securing this room, making sure everything flows nicely, getting you here, everything. So I would love to get the committee members to come on stage for a picture. So committee members, if you can come on stage for a group shot. And then after that, I would love it if everyone, you feel comfortable kind of getting close together, we can also take a picture all together by the stage. But for now, if you're on the Youth Summit Committee and also a lot of the volunteers who helped us with the different activities, if you can all please come here. So Julie, sure, Johnny. Picture. Come. Yes, please come on stage. Here we go. Let's go. Yeah, volunteers as well. Please, you're part of the team. Yeah, come on. If you helped in any capacity whatsoever, please. Yes, come. Awesome. I want to go closer to the light. Yeah, can you come just a step? It's a step forward, right? Yeah, if you can take a step forward so that we're near the light. Anybody else missing? No? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I was sorry. Do you mind handing me that sign that says Youth Committee? Thank you so much. O'Neill? Where's O'Neill?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yay. Thank you. So now everyone come. Come on. I mean, we're gonna try to take a picture if possible. It might be challenging, but let's try it out.
On stage?
Yeah, however, just like gather around. Yeah. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Everyone. Whoever's at the front, if you don't mind holding this sign, this is Youth Summit.
If I don't block anybody.
Yes.
If I don't block anybody.
Excuse me. I think we have a bit of. You can step in. For a second, I'll take it off.
Okay, on the count of three, everybody looking right in here. Hang on just a second. Okay. Just like that. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. Okay, another one just like that. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3.
Stay in place.
Can I squat in front of somebody?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, right here. 1, 2. Oh, is she moving? You can't hide though. You can't hide back there. Okay. No hiding. Nobody hide. Okay. Everybody look right here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
All right. And now. Sorry. No. Thank you so much. Okay, so now, do not go anywhere. We have the concert. But before the concert, I also want to say a huge thank you and a huge shout out. Stop. Yeah, I have this fancy mic. No, so we have the concert coming up, but before that, I also wanted to say thank you so much to all our support staff, the photographers, everyone in the AV team who made all of this happen, all the cleaners who kept everything nice and clean. It really takes a village, so thank you so much. And for information, the person that's gonna be coming, and I have the honor of introducing her, I don't think she's here yet, but just a little teaser so you don't go anywhere. Nigerian, Canadian, soul-inspired Afro-pop singer-songwriter. She won the Best R&B Artist at the Nigeria Entertainment Awards. Her latest hit, Throwback, peaked at number 3 on the global top independent airplay chart. And that's Tolumide. So let's give her a hand. And she's gonna be performing for us. So come right back.
Check 8, 1, 2. Check 8.
Sorry? Oh, okay. Microphone. Okay, so everyone, soon to come on stage, Nigerian Canadian soul inspirational Afro-pop singer-songwriter. She won an R&B award for the Nigerian Entertainment Awards. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Tolumide on stage. Woo!
Yes, thank you so much. How's everybody feeling?
This is a 1-2 step song. Let me see you wave your hands like this. Take me back in time. Woo! Hey. Old school throwback, yeah. Oh yeah, yes. When I had no worries and I was free as a bird. Bring back the day, I reminisce on the day. Bring back the day, hanging out and playing games. Bring back the day, didn't need much money to have a good time. Bring back the day, hey! I bring back the day. Ha. I throw back to old school. Ayola, 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 Ayola mio. Can you all sing that line with me? It's very easy. Let me hear you. Ayola, 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 Ayola mio. Very nice. You sounded good. I throw back, hey, hey, hey. DJ, they play my jam. Oh, 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 oh. No vex if I sweat. I remember dancing in the sun, yes. And I remember playing in the rain, the rain, the rain. And I remember eating at Balumo on a warm summer day. Bring back the day, I reminisce on the day. Bring back the day, hanging out and playing games. Bring back the day, didn't need much money to have a good time. Bring back the day, hey! Bring back the day. Throw back to old school Ayola, let me hear you. Hey! Hey! Ayola mio. Throw back to old school. Hey! Ayo. Hey! Hola Ayola mio. Throw back to old school. Ayo. Hola Ayola mio. Throw back to old school. Ayo. Hola Ayola. All right, how many dancers do we have here? I need you to go to the right. 1, 2 step. 1, 2 step. Let me see you. 1, 2 step. Hey, hey. No vex if I. Let's go to the left. 1, 2 step. Hey, hey. Let me see you. 1, 2 step. Let me see you. 1, 2 step. Hey, no vex if I throw back. Ayola, Ayola, Ayola mio. Ayola, old school. Ayo, hey. Hola, Ayola mio. Hooray. Throw back to old school. Ayo. Hola, Ayola mio. Hooray. I throw back to old school. Ayo. Hey. Hola, Ayola mio. Hooray. Oluwa ayo. Hey. Hey. DJ, they play my jam. Oh, 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 oh. No vex if I sweat. Thank you so much. Yes, sir, yes, sir. How you all feeling? Let me hear you say yay, yay. Let me hear you say yay, yay. Let me hear you say World Bank Youth Summit. I didn't hear you very well. World Bank Youth Summit. Yes, that's what we're talking about. That's what I have been following you all online. Great job to the organizers. Really, really awesome. Round of applause. This has been so inspiring. I hope everybody has collected numbers, business cards. I need to be seeing the next, who is going to do the next Facebook, the next WhatsApp group in this room, in social media, everything. We're talking about equality here. And so, moving along, I'm going to share with you my next song. The song you just listened to is a song entitled Throwback. I actually wrote it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I wrote it during this COVID time. I was at home, flipping through albums and thinking like, gosh, you know, I'm so grateful to have good memories, and that just kept me going. Looking through albums, looking through videos, looking through my old social media timeline, and I knew a lot of people would feel the same way. So in that song, there's a line that says, Ayo, Ayo. Ayola, who can tell me what Ayo means? I know there's some Nigerians here. Some Nigerians are here. So ayo means happiness. It means joy. So when I wrote this line that you were saying, just so you know what you were saying, is ayola me, oh my joy, my happiness. So when you're looking through your albums, when you're thinking of times when you were young and you didn't have bills, because once upon a time, I know, you didn't have bills, you just tell yourself, ayola me, that was a joyful time, you know. So the next song is entitled Because You Know. My details are here, so if you do post any online, tag me so I can also give you a shout out. I'm Tolumide. Delighted and honored. I represent Africa, of course, for my name. You can tell I'm from Nigeria. But definitely representing Africa, representing being unified in the various international cultures that are represented here today. Let's sing Because You Know. United we stand, divided we fall. Let's live together as one. Yes, so. Hey, Niger Tideo. One time. Africa Tideo. Two times. America, Asia, India, Tideo. Every single culture that's here, yes, so be by my side, my brother, my sister, be by my side forever, yes. Don't let me do you wrong, never you let me, and I'll do the same for you, because you know, God wants us to live together in love. Yes. Because you know. Wave your hands with me, come on. Because you know. Together we must live in love. United we stand, divided we fall. Let's live together as one. Because you know. Together we must live in peace. United we stand, divided we fall. Let's live together as one. Because you know. I will never do you wrong. United we stand, divided we fall. Let's live together as one. Because you know it's exactly what God wants. United we stand, divided we fall. Let's live together as one. Together we must be in love and unity. Together we must stay until redemption shall be. United we stand, divided we will fall. For he that knows not love knows not of God. Because you know God wants us to live together, every one of us together in love. Yes, because you know, because you know, because you know, because you know. Together we must live in love. United we stand, divided we fall. Let's live together as one. Because you know. How many of you believe that together we must live in one? Live as one. United we stand, divided we fall. Yes, so. Because you know I will never do you wrong. United we stand, divided we fall. Because you know it's exactly what God wants. Hear me now, watch me now, me said that together, together we must be. Hey, I no go vex you, you no go vex me. Fly like birds of one assembly. You cook your love rice and now Friday plantain. Thank you God for giving us another day. Try to help each other fulfill our destiny. Peace, love, and unity are all the ingredients we need. And let me hear you say, yeah, 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 yeah. Say, yeah, 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 yeah. Say, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Woo! You guys are sounding, ladies and gentlemen, you are sounding too good. Who am I going to hire to be my backup vocalist today? I see you. Me said that together, oh together we must be. I no go vex you no go vex me. Fly like birds of one assembly. You cook jollof rice and now Friday plantain. Thank you so much. Because you know. Let me see. Which countries do we have here today? Tell me what country you are representing today. India, Ecuador is here, yes. Cote d'Ivoire is here, yes. So Cameroon is in the building. Cameroon. Oh, yeah, my brother, where are you from? Togo is here. Mexico is here. Where are you from? Congo is here. Who are we missing? Ghana, it is saying. Hey. Ghana is here. Brazil is here. Yes, so. Rwanda is here. China is here. Yes, so. Costa Rica, very lovely place. I've been there. Ghana, I've been there. Brazil, I'm going there one day. Bangladesh. Let me think. Don't know but. Yes, thank you. Nigeria is in the building. Yes, so. We are representing all cultures. This is wonderful. So the next song I'm going to share with you is entitled Your Arms. You know, there's something about being in the arms of the one you love. Hands are so significant. A handshake, a hug, you feel so warm. And he says, I'm flying like a bird in your arms. So this song is entitled Your Arms. It's going to be on my next album, which is entitled Suya So. I call my music Suya So. Who knows what Suya is? Suya is a spicy, wonderful spice that we put on kebabs. And I figured I'm offering some African spice to this genre of soul music, of music from the heart, of music from the soul. So I hope you enjoyed this next tune. Hope you are feeling the music. I'm loving the unity right here. Brothers, yes, that's how you do it. And sisters too. Yes, I love it. Thank you so much. I'm flying like a bird in your arms, yes. I'm safe and secure. Woo. I'm loving it. I feel like I should come and join you. Don't worry. Let me sing a little bit, then I'll come and join. Ha! My lovely, I cannot believe that you're standing here in front of me. Ooh, 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 ooh. You're my everything. You're my everything. There was a time I didn't think that I could ever be loved so much by someone like you. Ooh, 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 ooh. All the things you do, yeah. While I'm in your arms, hey, I'm flying like a bird in your arms. Oh, I'm safe and secure. Ooh, 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 in your arms. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, for me, for me, I love it. Come on, from the right to the left. From the right to the left, hey. For me, ayo for me, eh oh, eh. You know I always like to get you to sing along. For me, ayo, all you need to say is eh oh, eh Let me hear you, eh oh, eh Very nice, eh. Ayo for me, eh oh, eh yeah, yeah. I'm so happy that you found me. I don't I love it. I love it. Hey, 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 hey. Hold me, ever so gently. Yeah, hey, yeah. Show them. Yeah, yeah. Feel your heartbeat. Know that you love me. Yes, yeah, yes. Come on now. To the right, to the left, to the right, to the left, to the right, to the left, to the right, to the left. Wave it down, wave it left, wave it down, wave it left. Come on, up high, up high, up high, up high. Take it down, take it down, take it down, take it down. To the sky, to the sky, to the sky. In your arms, yeah, yes, yes. In your arms, to the yeah, yes, in your arms. I'm flying like a bird. My brother, tell them your name.
In your
We have a singer, we have a singer. Come on, when is the album coming out? Come on. In your arms, I cannot resist the love you're giving me. Which sister is going to challenge our dear brother over here? We have sisters over here. Are you ready? Or do you want to show them on the next song? Hey, 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 hey. All right. Thank you so much for coming to join. Hang out with me on stage. Don't worry, the next song is dedicated to you all. My dear challengers, sisters, yeah, you're going to show us some moves. Okay, so I have 3. Oh, continue. You want to take a picture? Okay, let me pose. You know, we have to pose.
Thank you.
Thank you. So my album, I have 3 albums out currently. Yeah. So the first one is entitled Specialty. The second one is My Love. And the third one is Mama Sunshine. It's an acoustic album. I encourage you all to go and stream it and listen to it online. My website, as you can see here, is Tolumide Music. And it's all available on social media. So just tag me or send me a shout out so I can see you, I can know who you are. So the fourth one is going to be Suya Soul, and that's going to be out this year, summertime. So all you need to do is just go to my website and sign my email list, tolumidemusic.com, so I can keep you posted when it arrives. I'm really enjoying your energy and feeling your grooves. You know, African music, we move. We don't stay still. We must move. We must dance. And that's what we're going to do on this next one. I need you to burn at least 1 calorie before you leave here. 1. Can you guarantee you can do that? Only 1. Only 1. 1,000. Hey, now we're talking. Give me a high five for that one. 1,000. 1,000. I have 1,000 going over. Anybody more than 1,000? Anyone? Anybody more than 2,000? All right. So we need to see the sweat. Oh, you know, if we're saying 2,000, we need to see the sweat. So come and join. Oh yeah. You're going to join us on stage. You too. Oh. It's 3,000, right? I need to see sweat when it comes to 3,000. Oh yeah. Oh Lagbara. So this song, Oh Lagbara, it means strength, power. So when I say Oh Lagbara, I need to pump your fist in the air like this. Oh Lagbara. Yeah. Oh Lagbara. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey. Ha. Jésù Kristi lágbára. Ó lágbára. Ó ní ìfẹ́ sí gbogbo wa. Tí Olúwa ní ọpẹ́ o. Jésù Kristi lágbára. Hey. Yeah. Lágbára ó lágbára ó ní ìfẹ́ sí gbogbo wa tí Olúwa ní ọpẹ́ o Jésù Kristi lágbára bó ní ó lágbára oh hey my sister come and join me let them see some African moves today hey ó lágbára o hey come and show them. Gbàgbàtàgbàtà Jésù mi ga. Hey, Jésù mi ga. Hey. Kò sí sí nǹkankan tí kò lè ṣe. Show them, show them, show them, show them, show them. Hey, hey. Ó lágbára lórí ohun gbogbo. Hey, ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ́kọ́ lórí. Ẹ wá bá mi gbé Jésù mi ga. Hey, hey, hey. Jésù mi ga. Gẹ́lò, gẹ́lò, ó lágbára. Round of applause.
Christiana.
Christiana, representing what country?
Nigeria.
Naija. Yes, sir. Hey. Ẹ wá bá mi jó fún Olúwa. Hey. Fún Olúwa, ó lágbára. Bàbá ni, bàbá màmá ni. A very nice place to me ga, ó lágbára. Hey, hey, hey. Ó lágbára lórí ohun gbogbo. Hey. Jẹ́ ká gbọ́kàn lÓlúwa. Bàbá, hey, 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 hey. Jésù mi ga, ó lágbára. Ó lágbára. Woo, I love it. Ó lágbára. Lólúwa, lólúwa. Bàbá mi jó Olúwa. Jésù mi ga, ó lágbára. Let me see you pump your fist in the air like this. Hey, ó lágbára. Yeah, ó lágbára. Yeah, ó lágbára. Yes, sir. Hey, I need to hear someone sing ó lágbára. Can I hear you say ó lágbára? Ó lágbára. Very nice. Ó lágbára. Oh yeah, let me come and join you guys. Ó lágbára. All right, let me hear you say it. Elédùmarè, 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 Elédùmarè. Jésù dára, Jésù dára, Jésù dára, Hey, ele. Hey, àtẹ̀rẹ̀rẹ̀ kárí ayé. Hey, ọba tí ó fún mi ní ayọ̀. Ọba tó ń sọ àgọ́dọ̀ lọ́mọ. Yes, ọba tí ó mú mi lára dá. Hey, àtẹ̀rẹ̀rẹ̀ kárí ayé. Ó lágbára. Let me hear you say it with your mouth. Ó lágbára. Very nice. Let me hear you, my brother.
Ó lágbára.
So let me hear you, my brother.
Ó lágbára.
Let me hear you. Yes, so.
Ó lágbára.
Yes, so. Let me hear you can do it.
Ó lágbára.
Oh, I got it. Mexico, yes.
Ó lágbára.
Hey, let me hear you sing.
Ó lágbára.
Hey,
Ó lágbára.
Very nice. Let me come back to this end. All right, what I need you all to do, I need you to clap like this. Everybody, clap like that. Everybody? Yes. 1, 2. All right, this is the workout section. Now I need to go low. 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 Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Hey. 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 Yes, sir. Ó lágbá. Ó lágbá o. Mo ní ó lágbá. Ó lágbá o. Mo ní ó lágbá. Ó lágbá o. Mo ní ó lágbá. Hey, ó lágbá o. Mo ní ó lágbá. Hey, ó lágbá o. To the front, to the back, hey, to the front, to the back, hey, to the back, to the back. Ó lágbá o. Put a bit of swag to it. Hey, hey, hey. Ó lágbá o. Mo ní ó lágbá. Hey, ó lágbá o. I see you, good job. Ó lágbá. Hey, ó lágbá. Hey, mo ní ó lágbá. Hey, ó lágbá. Ó lágbá. Show them. They have been showing you various African dance moves. What's this one called? Hey, ó lágbára. Hey, ó lágbára. Hey, hey, ó lágbára. Hey, ó lágbára. Ó lágbára. Yes, ó lágbára. Hey, yeah. Ó lágbára. shit. Oh shit, that means thank you. Let me hear you say, oh shit. Yes, that means thank you. Thank you so much for the applause. Thank you so much for having me. I am so honored that I can come and share these songs with you. I have many others, but I'll let you go online and listen to them. Let me know what you think. I am here with wonderful friends. I have my dear sister. Can you tell? We look like twins. This is Adeton here. And I have my dear friend Molade is here, and also Myra. I'm grateful they could come, and I'm grateful. I want to give a shout out to these ladies. Dear man, you have to come. Let people see you. I didn't mention Trinidad is also here. Trinidad and Tobago. I want you to look at this lady. This is the manager. This is the CEO, Commander-in-Chief. Round of applause. In fact, a resounding round of applause. A resounding round of applause. You know it's not easy to do this. I am proud of you. We are proud of you. Every single organizer that has got the sound made me sound good. You could hear me, right? Round of applause for the sound. I'd like you to just tell them your name. Tell them, I know you've seen so many amazing speakers here, but you also need to know that, organizing things is not easy. And this is our African sister that has taken up the torch to lead for this year. Yes, yes, yes. Let them know. Let them know who you are.
Thank you very much. As you know, my name is O'Neill. I'm the manager of the Youth Summit, and thank you so much for coming here. Thank you for your energy, but mostly thank you to the other members of the steering committee who made this possible. Like, all the ideas we had were amazing, but they were possible thanks to them and thanks to the amazing volunteers that we had online and in person. So thank you very much. And also our partners, contributors, but thank you for making this possible.
Round of applause again, please. These are people that could be our next president. Oh. Yes, I see them in the room. Vice president, everything. I see leadership here, and I'm just soaking it all in, being amongst you all. So big shout out to you. Thank you so much for coming. Thanks for having me. I'm going to be outside the foyer, and I'll have some CDs and some flyers if you want to get that. Thank you. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. One more song. Hey, one more song. Is there time for one more song? You guys are not hungry. You are not hungry. Is there time? Okay. Hey, yeah. So I guess we're going to go up to 5,000 calories today. Hey, yo. All right, one more for the road. Hey, yo. Kemaroki. Oh, yeah, oh, oh, oh. Hey, yo. Kemaroki. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, yo. Kemaroki. Oh, yeah, oh. I love. Yes, so. Yes, I'm man. Yes, I'm man. Tolumide. Let me hear you say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say Kemaroki. 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 Hey, Hula. How many Caribbeans do we have here? Who has cell phones? If you have a cell phone, wave them up. Get your cell phones out. Let me see you. Wave your cell phones in the air. This song is called All Cell Phones. All cell phones in the air. All cell phones in the air. All cell phones in the air. Wave it right now. Wave it right now. All cell phones in the air. Hey. All cell phones in the air. Hey. All cell phones in the air. Hey. Wave them, wave them, wave them. Hey. People on the floor wondering why I just stay happy, stay happy. People on the floor wondering why I just stay fly, stay fly. People on the floor wondering why I just stay jolly, stay jolly. People on the floor wondering why I know they shy. I said I'm happy, got God on my side, and I'm alright. Hey, yeah, yeah. Oh, I smile because I'm happy and everything they find. I need y'all to follow my steps. Take it to the right, take it to the left, take it to the back. Then I bring it down south. Slide, slide. Okay, Okay, let's do it again. And take it to the back, take it to the front, take it to the right, take it to the left. Slide. Hey, slide. Yes, very nice. All cell phones in the air. All cell phones in the air. All cell phones in. I see you, my sister. Wave them, wave them, wave them, wave them. All cell phones in the air. Hey, all cell phones in the air. Hey, all cell phones in the air. Hey, wave them, wave them, wave them right now. Thank you so much. Oshe, thank you. Thank you so much. Much respect. Let's hang out in the foyer. Thank you. So don't forget to follow me at Tolumide. My name is simply pronounced Tolumide. Tolumide. Eshe. One more time, let me hear you say Oshe. One more time, Oshe. Thank you so much. And I want to know what thank you is in your language as well. Thank you. I know that that's saying